Welcome back to Pulp Cthulhu, Case 01, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Going around the table real quick, my name is Steven. I'll be playing Benedict Pemberton.
I'm Gage. I'm playing Bodine Smalls.
I'm Ben. I'm playing Parker Barrow.
I'm Kaylee. I'm playing Selena Swanson.
I'm Brian. I'm playing literally everyone else.
Last time, we started out at the fair in Jamestown, New York. We met our characters, bad shit happened. We ended up being infected by some fungus. There's a fungus among us. Ended up on North Brother Island. Broke out of North Brother Island, met Dr. Charles Gray, and are looking for his daughter. Correct, Brian?
Correct.
Good recap?
Yes, I think that covers pretty much everything. Now, it's been about a week since the events at Jamestown Fair. In that time, most of you have been staying at Benny's house in West Egg. Now, during this time, a few things have happened. David left. He's going to go and look for whatever family he has left in the roughly 15 years that he was being kept at North Brother Island. And also, during that time, Charles, he showed up at your house for a little while, basically to find out where the location was. He gave all of you a treatment for the disease, just making sure that you all know that it's not a cure, it's just to slow the progress. And after that, he left. He said that he had some things to attend to, but he would be back. And at some point, Selena, you left to go find Melvin. You did manage to find him during that week. You also got yourself some new clothes, because you were a bit short. And you found him during the attack on the fair. He took a bullet wound to the leg. Nothing that he hasn't already had before. He's had a few bullet wounds in his life, so he just kind of shrugged it off. He managed to fight his way out, and a few things that you learned when you met up with him is that before he left, he saw that the people who attacked the fair had taken most of the bodies that they didn't put into the trucks, people that you assume either died or were unconscious but not taken, took them into several tents, and then lit those tents on fire. And another thing that you may have learned, and this depends on whether or not you actually shared with him, did you show him your infection?
No.
No. All right. So that's pretty much everything that you learned from Melvin. He is going to stay and recover for a little while. You know, he's got a bullet wound in the leg, so he doesn't want to walk around too much. But he's still doing his thing, being a mob boss.
Mm-hmm.
So you can either choose to have stayed with him, or you could have gone back to the house in West Egg. That's really up to you.
I'm going to assume that I went back to the house.
Okay. All right. So during this time also, Parker, you got in contact with some of your men. From what I understand, you were basically just relaying messages to them, telling them, hey, this is what happened, shit hit the fan, shit's crazy. You're keeping it kind of coded and making it, or at least trying to make it, seem like you're not a crazy person. So
All you have to do is blame it on the government.
Fair enough.
Government shenanigans.
So I want you to actually go ahead and make me
Persuasion.
persuasion.
Persuade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too many systems. So yeah, make a persuasion.
Okay.
Just to try and convince them that you're not a crazy person.
Guess what? They don't believe me.
They don't believe you. All right. So despite your best efforts to try and relay all that information without coming off as being completely nuts, You definitely heard the kind of the skepticism in your men's voice. I take it you're probably communicating with them over telephone instead of going all the way out to see them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you catch the hint that they may not be fully sure of what you're saying, and that sort of solidified in your mind when before hanging up they're like, just take care out there, boss, and don't get into too much trouble.
Gonna roll the eyes. Tell him to shut the fuck up.
Okay.
And then hang up.
Alright.
Rudely.
Alright.
Tell me what to do.
From what I understand, Bo, the only thing you really did in the week was get the times for Benny. Is there anything else you want to do? You've got a whole week, there's plenty of time to do.
Where we at?
You're at Bo's house, or Benny's house.
I guess I just kind of spittle with Benny. If he had anything done,
Yeah.
I'd mostly just be bothering him probably too much.
Okay. And Benny, you're mostly just getting the house in order because it is a fairly new purchase.
Yeah.
Getting the furniture arranged.
It's still fairly bare bones. There's not a lot of books on the bookcases and stuff.
Yeah.
Most of the work was done in the study that no one sees except me.
Okay.
So.
All right. So, just arranging things.
Yeah.
So, since everyone is, I take it, back at your house, no real needs for anyone to send out communication to get you all to gather up again. You're all already there. Charles returns after about a week. And when he returns, he has 2 newspapers. One of them you already have a copy of. The headline of the New York Times about the fire, which we'll most likely have a picture of that up on screen, but 52 die in a circus tent fire.
Yes. Real sad.
Yep. Now, of course, you all know a different story to that. Charles says that the men that he used to work for are very influential and can pull a lot of strings and can cover up what they do. He hands you this as a warning. Make sure that you all keep your heads down because they're looking for you now. And the second paper that he hands you, I'll go ahead and give you this now, is from a much less notable newspaper, the Ogdensburg, New York. It's a medium-sized city, but he just gives you a clipping of a single page. And as he hands it to Benny, he says, "There's something in there that I think may have something to do with my daughter, but I want to see if you can find it."
Oh my god! There's so much fucking words!
So much
Alright, I'll be back. I'll be back to this. Someone else talk and entertain Dr. Charles Gray.
In order to find her, you're going to need to work your deductive eye. Get used to looking for things that are hidden in plain sight, or things that may not seem as strange as they do at first. If you can't find it, I'll point it out for you, but I hope that you can.
Literally all of these are like missing person reports. There's the awful hour, which sounds pretty obviously bad. There's a long puzzle to scientists. There is one called She Had It All Wrong, which is about a narrow escape he had. Give me a second. I'll find it.
So while he's looking that over, does anyone want to ask anything from Charles or do anything in particular?
I'm gonna walk over to Benny.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Benny.
Yes?
Wait, what are we looking for?
We're looking for something that apparently jumps out at us. And
Is it scary?
Probably.
Not a big fan of scary.
There's not a backside to this. Okay, cool. Yes, I'm gonna go show everyone else. I think.
Then he starts passing the paper around as Charles kind of watches you, fingers steepled, watching your eyes scan the paper curiously.
In the interest of not me sitting here reading that entire fucking page.
Yeah, there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
There's a lot to it.
The one that jumps out to me is the girl that went missing in the woods, and the policeman picked her up. Is the one that immediately strikes out to me. One that I think it's like The Dark Hour is what it was called.
As you're reading it over, he says, "Some of them may be strange, it's true, but think of what we're looking for." Yeah. If you want to mark this, and then you guys can take a few minutes to look it over, because, part of Pulp, or just Call of Cthulhu in general, is investigation.
That's the
and
thing.
Looking for clues.
In the interest of not sitting here reading that entire page to find the thing, but I could probably find it if I had a minute or two. But,
which is why I'm saying we'll maybe make a break here and then come back to it.
Okay.
That way you have it easy.
Okay. I think it's That Awful Hour. That's the one I'm going to. That's the one I'm going to point out. That's the one I'm going to stick with.
Okay.
Was That Awful Hour. If someone else wants to go and correct my work, feel free to. But a bunch of them are just like ones. But there's a fuck ton of ads too. I didn't bother reading.
Could you not roll a spot hidden check to see if you could?
Well, that's the character finding something as opposed to us finding something.
I mean,
would our characters not be looking for it?
Technically, it's the character.
Yeah.
Charles
The
Gray
last
did.
part,
Mhm.
they said they thought they something human hair, but that it disintegrated in their grasp. I do not know. It may not have been there after 5 years, but it was there when I started for help.
Was it That Awful Hour story? So I was right. That's what we're pointing out. Yes, it's this story, Dr. Charles Gray.
All right. Did you want to look at it? Had you?
No, I'm good. I had a chance to see
Okay.
it, yes.
That was the one that I looked at first, and I went, that one seems the most likely because the other ones are like just weird stories.
So you point out that, and he shakes his head no. He,
Damn it!
Glances over the article again, giving it a second read, and says, "Well, while it does share some similarities, as far as I can tell, it's a work of fiction, possibly a poem."
Well, let me read it again, Doctor.
All right. Take as much time as you need, but as soon as you decide that you can't find it, I can point it out.
Just let him point it out to us.
No, I'm too proud.
Let me take a brand
He almost
on it.
said
I get to
stubborn.
look at it.
Yeah. Is it somewhere in this fucking? Shall we give it up somewhere? No, that is definitely a recital of a. Wait. Sorry, Long Puzzle of Scientists is one of the most striking to the found of the school. 1,300 feet long. That word. Native American fighter. That was a joke. One of those. One of them is literally a joke. How did the reunited soldier make himself such a favorite with the women? When he told him how he had been mustered in and then peppered with shot, he convinced him he was the salt of the earth. It's literally a joke. You literally wrote a joke in here. I like it though.
Don't give me too much credit.
Wait.
Now, what exactly are we looking for?
Well, a few things to keep in mind. The time frame from which she disappeared, around 15 years ago. Anything that predates that is not really worth mentioning. A few other things to keep in mind would be the cold. She's most likely seeking somewhere that she can stay cold, would be my assumption.
Will the disappearances continue? For the past 12 years, starting with October and ending in late February, the people of neighboring Lisbon have been plagued by disappearances and unseasonably harsh days. It has become a commonplace among those living in Lisbon to stay indoors after hours during this time of year as often as possible. Some say those who go often missing have been fallen prey to some of the beasts living in the woods south of the city. However, skeptics argue instead the cold has taken them. Regardless of the cause, Sheriff McCown says he and his men will do their best to keep the residents of Lisbon safe this winter. Cold. 12 years ago.
That was
Boom.
15 years ago.
Around. Correct?
Around 15 years
Around.
That's the one that I found interesting.
Boom! I solved it!
5 hours
First
later.
Of
try.
course,
First try!
you also have to take into consideration sometimes you're going to be trying to complete a puzzle that you don't have all the pieces for. Something I haven't told you about Annabeth is that in the cold, it limits her powers, but she also grows hungry.
What do you mean by hungry?
She feeds on strong emotion.
What
What-
does that
what-
mean
yeah,
exactly?
It means she's a lawyer.
She likes to cause fear and pain and drain her victims, for lack of a better word.
So she causes chaos?
Yes. That sounds very much like something she might do. It may be a dead end, but I think it's worth looking at.
So that's probably where we need to go first.
Well, where is Lisbon at?
Lisbon is in the far north of New York State. It is northeast of Ogdensburg, which is a larger city. You may find some resources there. Lisbon doesn't have very much, but you can question the locals. And as soon as you all return from your investigations, I will give you another treatment. I want to let you know I can't cure this unless you find Annabeth. That is your best chance. If we can recover her, then I may be able to produce a cure.
So, let me get this straight. You want us to become your private detective agency, go gallivanting off into the woods to look for some cold beast in the hope of some cure.
Yes.
And we're all okay with that.
How do you feel about it?
I don't want to die in the woods.
Yeah, it's kind of a sketchy idea.
Well, I don't want to make it seem like I'm holding the cure over your heads, but I can't produce a cure without Annabeth. And if we don't look for her, then you'll never find her.
Do you know how long it takes for the infection to take over?
It depends on how often you get treatment. But I would say that depending on your state of infection, you have anywhere between 10 years to 1 year. He doesn't glance
Well,
at you,
shit.
Selena, but
It's
you
at
can
me.
feel the kind of like sidelong look.
Right.
10 years, Bo, that's not bad.
That sounds pretty good to me.
And how long does the treatment last before it starts growing at a rapid pace again?
Well, what I meant to say is as long as you get continued treatment, then you have at least a year.
You didn't say 10 when you're talking to me.
Yes, your state is rather advanced in comparison to some of those.
Well, I guess we're off to find your daughter.
I hope so. Once again, if you do see signs of her, you don't need to try and apprehend her. Just get word to me, and I will come post haste.
So you're wanting us just to find her, and then we'll come and tell you?
Well, perhaps send a telegram. Keep an eye on her, make sure she doesn't escape.
And what if she attacks us?
Try not to die.
That's enlightening.
That's reassuring. Thank you.
That's a terrible head
Well, I'll be here while you go. I'll keep the fires warm.
Now, Benny, I think you should come with us
And why should I do that?
because if we're all there, then you're alone here in the city that you're not used to. That's also filled with crime.
But I'm in the nice part. I can lock my door.
I don't have a choice. I'm gonna die either way.
What if you get hungry?
Bo, you know that I can cook, right?
Yeah.
You're aware that I'm the chef of our little group.
Yeah, that's what you want to call yourself.
I'm gonna go ahead and make her just gonna walk away
Mhm.
because her head's now spinning that she may have a year to live.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's pretty dire.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna walk away and kind of just maybe cry a little.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
Would you like me to call you all a cab?
I'm just gonna grab Benny like.
I started saying-
I'm gonna throw him on my shoulder.
No, I don't want to go.
Same, you and I, everybody else, pick him up and carry him.
Face is going in the air.
Kicking and screaming the entire time.
All right. So you all head to Lisbon.
Ogdensburg first, I would
Okay.
assume.
So you're
Correct.
gonna take, most likely either take a train or if you have a personal vehicle. I take it, right?
I do
Benny?
not have a personal vehicle.
Okay.
I think.
I do.
You have a personal vehicle.
Yes.
Could it fit 4 people?
I'm small. I can sit on someone's lap.
But he's also big.
Yeah, he's also very big.
So
he makes
I
up
would
for that.
say not comfortably, but yes.
All right, so it's up to you whether you would like to take your personal vehicle. It would be an asset you would have there, or you could take a train, which would be faster. Not necessarily any more expensive. You do have to figure in the cost of gas. You know, it's probably roughly the same amount. And let's be honest, you're all, for the most part, fairly wealthy. Oh, by the way, since you found Melvin, your credit rating is back where it should be.
Thank you.
Melvin's not
good.
cutting you off.
That makes me very excited.
How dare you leave me? No money for you. No money for
He
you.
was actually delighted to see that you're still alive. Was really worried about
Aww, how sweet.
you.
I'm just kidding.
So up to you whether you take. the
I'm
train
being
or-
drugged into the situation, so I don't get a say in what happens.
I would actually probably.
Just at the train station, be like, "You have to help me. They're kidnapping me."
I would actually probably say that the train would be the best option because with the vehicle, 1, we're not going to have a whole lot of room, and 2, he did say it was faster, so
Yeah, it is slightly
that would
faster.
be.
Granted, you will need to find some way to get from Ogdensburg to Lisbon, simply because there's not a train station in Lisbon. It's that
How
small.
far? Do you know the distance?
The distance between the two, probably not a very long drive by car or cab. Maybe 2 hours.
We can call a cab.
We'll hail a cab at the
Roughly.
train station, perhaps.
Yeah, you could probably do that.
Okay.
Alright, okay.
Sounds good to me. So, train station it is.
Could we'd have to use 2 cabs, wouldn't we?
Yeah, probably. I'd say you probably have to take 2 separate cabs.
That sucks, but
Alright, so you all get your train tickets and make your way to Ogdensburg. It's a fairly fast train ride. It is on the north end of the state, but you know, it's a train.
Is there smoking allowed on the train?
I'd say so, yeah.
100% smoking.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because I was drugged onto this train.
Cigars or cigarettes, though?
Cigarette.
Okay.
Oh, Benny 100% smokes cigarettes.
Okay.
I always have cigarettes.
Yes, I was aware of that one. Yeah.
I always have cigarettes. Hey, Benny,
Yes, Bo.
why don't you show us one of them card tricks?
Weirdly enough, Bo, I'm not in a real good mood.
Lighten up.
I wonder why I'm not in a good mood. Maybe because I was drugged onto the train.
Where are we all sitting on the train? I'm guessing
I
Bo
imagine-
and Benny are right next to
Yeah,
each
it
other.
depends if you guys
This will probably
are like,
last them.
you know, kind
So
of
is
getting
the
along and sticking
Chairs
together.
facing each other? Is that how that works?
I start saying the 1920s.
I think they are facing each other.
I think they were facing each other back then.
Yeah, probably. Also, I would say that you all have most likely grown a little more used to the mental connection that you all share. You've kind of not necessarily meant to test it out, but got a feel for about how far the range is.
Is it possible to not send?
Yes, entirely possible.
Okay.
Although if you experience strong emotions,
You're gonna
They're
have.
facing each other, but in rows, like think Harry Potter.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah,
got it.
And that's what I was figuring too. I mean, that's like how
And then,
trains
they
work.
did have some that were like
Yeah,
more modern day, but for the most part.
it's like you have your own cab, essentially.
Okay.
But, yeah, if you experience any strong emotions or if you think anything, like, really loudly, if that makes sense, if a thought comes to mind and it's really strong, then you may accidentally share it, more so speaking to Bo and Benny in this because you have a very low psychic power, which means you have much less control over it. So that means that you can't as easily send a message past what would be the quote-unquote limit or, distance. And you also have a hard time masking the fact that you're actually sending a mental image, or not a mental image, a mental communication to someone if you were trying to do it discreetly.
That's fair.
So for me, would it be fairly easy?
Yeah, for you it's actually really easy
So-
to guard your mind. Also, it's pretty easy to send a little longer than what the others can.
Okay.
So you can go from further out.
Okay.
I'm going to not sit in the cab and like just walk out and like walk among the train.
Alright.
Cause I'm not in a good mood right now.
Alright.
I wonder why.
The world may never know.
Yeah.
I didn't kidnap him.
So, not too much happens during the train ride. You watch the countryside pass. Although, during the time as the train is moving along, what are you all doing? Just out of curiosity. I mean, there's not too much to do.
I'm kind of dozed off to a nap.
Dozed off.
Walking amongst like the train, up and down the train, like shuffling like a deck of cards.
Yeah, just aggravated.
Yeah.
When he walked out of the cab, I'm probably actually gonna follow him and try to get him to show me a card trick because he never did it last time.
Okay.
Because
That's right.
it was growing, so I threw it down.
When you touch it, yeah. You touch it and
Yeah, you
it
never finished that
Yeah.
card trick. By the way,
My curiosity was piqued. I need to know.
in the week that passed, it seems to you like the treatment definitely helped.
Okay.
Because it hasn't been growing as fast. You'd say it's growing at the rate that hair normally grows at. So it's like,
Oh,
say for example, you're growing a beard on your hands.
Dope. Honestly.
Okay, but
I'm locking out of this.
am I growing a beard on my hands as a female? Because like females don't grow beards, so
No,
that's
like
never
I-
gonna grow.
Yeah,
It's
no,
fine.
like a guy growing a beard.
I mean, like
So it's
you,
like you've got a 5 o'clock shadow on your hands by the end of it.
like you growing a
Right.
beard or me
Yeah.
growing a beard, Brian. Those are two wildly different
Yeah,
scenarios.
great.
I've got a good beard.
I don't.
Mine does. I've got brown
I
hair.
don't have.
I've got black, well, natural
Just-
black hair.
Just shuffling like my deck of cards. What are you doing here?
Well, you walked off by yourself, and I don't feel like anyone needs to be alone right now. And you never got to show me a card trick, so I thought
Oh.
that.
For the last week, I've not been alone. I have Bo and Parker yelling in my head all the time.
Constantly yelling.
I'm sorry.
Not saying anything.
Just
Parker just
yelling.
constantly
Screaming.
screaming. Ah! Constantly.
I'm sorry.
Honestly, I've never felt more accompanied than I have ever in my life. Truly, I can say that.
She's just gonna nod. Okay, I'm sorry. And she's just gonna turn and start walking back to the cab. Wow.
Just angrily shuffling the deck.
Okay. So, you continue your just aggravated shuffling through the different cabs. You don't see anything too much of a note. You have a good nap. It's a good nap, Bo.
It was needed.
Parker, are you doing anything?
Parker. My voice, sorry. That was awful. Edit that out.
No, it's staying.
No.
It's staying
No!
in now that you
My
explicitly
voice
said.
cracked. No!
Keep going.
Alright.
We're back on track.
Yes, so he is going to be probably just scouring the train, just looking around, seeing if there's anything unusual about the passengers, checking out, making sure there's no law enforcement, just kind of keeping an eye out because he's wanted, now especially wanted, he has to keep low.
Mm-hmm.
So, just
It's very true.
keeping an eye out.
Does Parker have any names on that?
Probably.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, I would say more than likely he does.
Alright, so you don't really see anyone out of the ordinary. Now there is
That hurt.
a member of law enforcement on the train.
Avoid him.
Yeah,
Or
but
her.
they don't really look like they're too interested in you at all. They're basically just doing their job. You know, it's like the probably not even law enforcement, just the guy who takes up tickets and makes sure that nothing's
Gotcha.
going too crazy.
Gotcha. Okay, that's acceptable.
And Selena, on your way back,
Mm-hmm.
you're kind of just like walking back towards the cab. I take it you're going to go back to the one that you guys have. Take a seat, right?
Yeah.
So, on the way back, you get a glance out the window. And you have a moment when you look out where everything you see goes gray slightly. All the color fades out of the world. Your view focuses in on what looks like a small hill, but what you see on top of the hill makes your blood chill. You can see what looks like maybe half a dozen or more transparent figures moving about on top of it. You can't make out too much as far as detail goes, and as you're trying to look closer, the train moves by, and color comes back to the world. But you have no idea what just happened.
Okay. Well.
Gotta stop taking those drugs, man.
Oh, yeah.
Or do more drugs.
Yeah.
I'm
It's all that Coke you're drinking.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
going. How close am I to the cab?
You're pretty close.
I'm gonna walk back to it.
Yeah.
And see if I can't make that happen again.
Okay. So you walk back to the cab and just start looking out the window.
Yeah, I'm trying to just like focus and
Mhm.
try to make that happen on purpose.
You try, and you go ahead and roll a psychic power for me.
Now, because the max is 50, do I change it? No. Nice.
Nice, I do.
Nice.
And is that with
No, it's not. Okay, that's 20. So now.
Alright. So, as you focus in, you're kind of like glancing out the window,
Mm-hmm.
trying to make whatever that was happen again. And as you're staring out, you see the color fade from the world again, and all the sound deafens. You can no longer hear the sound of the train, except sort of a faint echo in the distance. But looking out the window, you don't see anything.
But I can hear an echo.
Yeah, you hear the echo of the train. It's like it's muffled. Every sound, you can still hear it, but it's faint. It's distant.
Is there any sound that's louder than another?
Not really, but as you glance away from the window, you look at where Bo is sitting, and sitting inside of him, basically transposed over his form, is an old man who's just sort of like looking at you. He looks vaguely confused. His eyes are gray and empty, lifeless. He's got a suit on. He looks like he's a rather well-to-do man. But he also looks dead.
Taking old soul to a new level, I guess.
I'm just gonna look at him kind of confused and just look at Bo. I'm like, don't you see him?
He's asleep. Bo's asleep.
Ah, never mind.
Bo's napping.
Bo's out of it.
Yeah.
Like, okay, then I'm gonna look at the man like, who are you?
The name's George. Who are you?
My name's Selena.
Where is everyone? Why is it so cold?
What year do you think it is?
1919?
Close.
I'm sorry, but it's 1920.
I've been asleep for that long?
Oh my god, he died on the train.
Well, Bo.
Oh no. Oh no.
Maybe you should wake up.
Mister. Hey, wake up.
What's the last thing you remember happening?
I was with my wife. We were headed to see our granddaughter. And I fell asleep, taking a nap. It was nice and warm. And then you woke me up. Where's my wife? Where's Betsy? He starts to stand up. He goes like to the door. And do you try and stop him at all? It looks like he's going to go out.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand up
Okay.
and follow him.
Okay. So you follow him. He tries to open the door, and you're not sure if he doesn't register that it doesn't open or it opens for him in his mind, but it doesn't open as he makes the motion to slide the, like cat door out of the way. And he steps through it instead. And, as you're going to open the door to follow him, you can hear him, echoing voice down the hall of the train. Betsy, where are you?
Do we hear any of this?
No.
Okay.
No.
Parker, you're just kind of keeping a lookout. So you would see Selena step out of the cab, but you don't see anyone else. And Benny, you're just sort of like shuffling cards somewhere.
Well, I'm walking like up and down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you both see Selena come out, but that's the only person you see, and she looks probably, I imagine you're a little bit pale.
I'm probably really pale and
All right.
freaking out just a
All right.
little.
So I want you to really quickly make me a sanity check.
I hate you. I hate you.
Is that a failure?
Success.
So you're not actually.
No, it was a fail.
Yeah.
100% it was a
So
fail.
you're not actually losing any sanity points for this. However, as you're panicking, you're not sure what on
Probably
earth is
slip
going
out
on,
of
but
it.
you are almost 100% sure this is a dead person. You see him fade away as you lose your concentration on whatever this is.
I'm probably just super shocked to the point that I'm not saying anything. I'm not even moving. I'm just standing there,
Okay.
looking at where he went.
Yeah.
And I'm sure everything's faded and everything's
Which
loud
direction?
Yeah,
Is she-
everything, all the sound comes back. Your head is thudding. You can.
Is
feel
she looking at Parker or Benny?
Yeah, your head is it feels swollen. Like there's too much pressing against the sides of your skull.
Yeah.
And
Parker's
make
girl, you look like you've seen a ghost.
I'm sorry, but make a Constitution.
Who is she look? Which direction is she facing? Towards Benny or towards Parker?
Probably towards Benny.
I'm rolling 80s today.
So is that a failure?
That's a failure.
Alright. So Benny, you see her just kind of shocked, like, mouth open a little bit, and you see a trickle of blood run down from her nose.
I'm dying slowly.
Are you okay?
Probably gonna snap out of it
Yeah.
a little bit and probably feel it running down and just kind of just hurry and wipe it off and say, you didn't see him?
See what?
The man that he was looking for his wife, her name was Betsy.
Just kind of glance down, like, the empty
Yeah.
cab. There was no one here, Selena. I don't know what to tell you. I've been here the entire time.
Question.
Uh-huh.
Were we hearing her talk?
No. No. She definitely has gotten to the point where she can speak without having it broadcast.
Okay.
Sometimes Benny and Bo will, to your annoyance, still do that, where they talk and you hear it in your mind, and you're like, damn it, stop it.
Give me the quiet!
But, yeah, Selena, and I'd say you as well, Parker, you've both gotten to the point where you can stop your
secretive.
voices. Yeah.
We're in some very illegal things, activities. We partake in illegal activities regularly, so I would say that we probably have a bit of a control over that.
Do you need to lie down?
She's probably, because, she's probably pretty tired after forcing herself to do that.
Mm-hmm.
She's probably going to lean on the wall and she's just going to nod a little bit and kind of sink down like she's about to sit on the ground.
Do you want to see the magic trick now?
Well, now you feel bad.
Yeah. She just bled from her nose, man.
She's just going to shake her head and I'm sure.
I will do a magic trick.
All right. Roll a sleight of hand. Oh, hey, also make sure to mark your psychic power because you did succeed.
That is true, yeah. Dude, who doesn't bleed?
46.
Who doesn't bleed from their nose?
That
I do that
is
after really hard
a-
shit. Come
Never
on.
had a nosebleed.
Really?
That is a hard success.
I don't know.
A hard success.
Hard success.
All right, so even though your head is thudding and it's hard to really focus on anything without just feeling that stabbing pain in your head, just swelling, it feels like your brain is too big for your head right now. Despite that, the magic trick is actually impressive, and it makes you kind of lose the sickness feeling that you had for a moment. You're taken away from that as you
Just
stare
by
and
the
wonder at what.
Pure shock of what he just
Yeah, it was like almost as impressive as what you just saw.
did.
Wow, you cured my nausea.
She's just probably gonna laugh a little bit and be like, that was really good.
Well, I'd hope it would be, because I've been doing this for a really long time. And I kind of have devoted my life to being able to do tricks, so I hope it works. I hope it's impressive.
It really is, and then she's probably gonna go back to her head's hurting again, and
Yeah.
she's gonna shake her head and lean back on the wall.
All right. So, anything that you guys want to do? Anything
I
else?
still haven't said I saw a dead man.
Nope, no
I
one
haven't
knows.
made that part.
No one knows.
I guess I'll start to wake up
All right.
and light
Yeah.
a cigarette.
You feel a little chilly.
Do you feel
Yeah,
like a dead
it's
old
like
man?
weirdly cold in here.
Isn't it
Weird-
when
weirdly
ghost passes
cold.
I'm
through
gonna
you
send
sneeze?
one of the mystic things to Benny and say, Benny, I'm cold.
Did you pack your coat?
Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to. We were supposed to pack.
I wasn't allowed to, but I kind of expected you all to pack.
I think Bo probably packed Benny.
Yeah,
Go
I brought
Benny
you.
to the train.
I
You
probably-
usually do the packing.
I probably brought that really big coat they gave me on the ship.
Okay.
Parker always has his trench coat.
But it's probably I'm guessing it's I don't think it's a girl's coat, is it? Is it a girl's coat? Probably a dude's coat.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
an overcoat. It's
I think it's a dude's
not
coat.
necessarily.
It's okay.
Unisex.
Yeah.
It's alright. I'll just raise my buns off. It's fine.
There was that whole thing about the unseasonably harsh days.
So I'm gonna start walking back to the cab,
Uh-huh.
trying my best not to fall over.
All right. So yeah, you make it back, and as you walk back, your head's starting to clear. You're feeling a little better. It seems like the effect is wearing off pretty quickly. You make your way back and sit down. Bo's woken up. So since it doesn't seem like there's anything any of you want to do, like looking around on the train, it eventually arrives at Ogdensburg, and from there, I take it you all just take a cab,
Yeah.
or take two cabs.
Yeah.
Two
we'll
cabs.
have a cab.
If we're being forced to, I guess we are.
We are.
All right, so Benny reluctantly. Ironically, you probably pay for it too.
Ironically, probably. I guess it'd be me and Bo in the
Yeah,
cab.
you and Bo.
I actually want to have a conversation with Bo.
Mm-hmm.
Bo, why did you drag me into the cab?
Well, I figured if I was gonna die, I would like you to be with me.
Sweet,
that-
but also.
That's very touching, Bo, but I don't want to die.
And also, if we run into people, you can show your cool magic.
I don't think magic tricks work on people who want to shoot you in the face.
Maybe,
Or
maybe if
monsters.
you're good.
I read Beast in that newspaper. I'm not entirely sure what exactly we're going to go looking at.
It's okay, Benny. I'm not scared.
You know that what we're about to do is probably going to be worse than St. Louis, right?
Nothing's worse than St. Louis.
We're on the fast track to being worse than St. Louis.
So how do you feel about the other two?
Well, Selena, all she does is cry, and Parker's got dead eyes. So we've really gotten ourselves into a hot mess personally, but
Question.
Uh-huh.
Can we hear this?
Are they trying to not?
I'm actively trying.
Okay.
to-
I'm not going to make you roll a psychic power because you literally have a 1%.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that if you are trying
Yeah.
to make sure that it doesn't get broadcast, you have enough control over it
Okay.
not to broadcast everything you say.
Okay.
It's only when you have something that is very dramatic or
Yeah.
something like that that it really comes out.
I wanted
Just
to
acts
hear
it.
him call me a crybaby.
Parker in the other car, like,
I like that. That's my
Yeah.
nickname.
badass.
So do you trust him?
Well, I don't think Selena has much of an ability to handle things on her own, and
But she's also got the fuzz stuff.
yes, I'm not entirely sure what we're supposed to do about that because, we're also apparently infected, and eventually that'll start to happen to us too, apparently.
I didn't think of that.
Yes, I realized that. That's why you dragged me to the train.
While since you were having a conversation, you and Parker just sitting in the cab.
Not a word.
Not a word.
Looking out one
The
window,
cab
looking
driver-
out the
The
other.
cab driver's like, so, you ever been to Lisbon? It's a nice little town.
We just don't even, we don't.
Silence.
Don't
Weather's-
respond.
Weather's been pretty chilly lately, hasn't it?
Parker's going to look at him and just be like, I'd prefer it if you would stay silent.
Silent
and then
it
look
is.
back out the window.
We're back
Not another word, sir.
We're going back and forth.
What'd you say?
Not another word, sir, I swear.
Exactly. I prefer
Stop looking at me with
So-
the dead eyes.
So the cab driver can hear us, right?
Yeah.
Is there maybe I'm thinking of like a window that I can close?
If we're going to say that there's cabs in Ogdensburg, which there may not be,
Yeah.
it's really...
Listen, we do research, but fuck, man, 100 years was a long time ago.
Yeah. So I'll say that sure,
Okay.
why not? Privacy is a
So-
thing that people value.
So I'm going
if
to
there are
lean
cabs
up.
in Ogdensburg, then they have the little thing.
I'm going to lean up and close the thing,
They do.
And
That is
yeah.
the thing.
Okay.
and I'm going to look back at Benny and I go, "You see, Benny, the problem here is that we are running into something that we don't understand."
Are you is the sickness affecting your head? 'Cause,
Benny,
why do you keep calling me Benny? Am I Benny now?
I keep saying Benny, don't I? Shit.
I'm not.
Bo. Sorry.
I'm not
Sorry,
Benny, Bo.
Sorry, Bo.
You want to?
No, it's fine. I'll keep it in. I'll keep in my mistake.
Okay.
Um,
I don't
But
want people
the
to
pro-
know that I make mistakes.
the problem,
Yeah,
Bo,
it
is
doesn't have to be perfect.
that we are running
Makes
into
sense.
something that we don't understand.
Is it that how you got introduced to magic?
No, in fact, I don't understand any of this, and I've been practicing magic for a really long time. And the problem is, this is something beyond my understanding, and honestly, it freaks me the hell out.
But sometimes that's the risk we gotta take. Cause what if like in 9 years we get some cool things, then we're gonna lose it the next year.
Or we can go out gallivanting into the woods, and we can get eaten by a bear. That's also possible. We don't know.
I could probably take the bear. Would you may take the bear, Benny?
We're already on our way here. We'll worry about it later.
Is there a bear after us now?
And I'm just gonna like look out the window.
Uh-huh.
Do you see it?
And as you look out the window,
Galloping right next alongside the cab.
He looks really angry.
You look at Bone jumps out.
My Tom is shy.
So your cab conversation is completely no.
So, okay.
There's no conversation going on between you.
There's the little.
Okay.
How's the weather?
He's going to just slowly turn and look at her. And then squint his eyes and slowly turn back and look out the window. Cold.
The dead eyes, man. They're real.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's probably going to look at Parker and kind of scoot closer, and then just do just casual conversation.
Gotcha.
Nothing serious, but she is going to scoot closer.
He turns and looks her up and down and then leans closer to the window.
I'm kidding.
Scoots close to the window.
How long is this cab drive?
It's about 2 hours.
Are we any hours in yet?
That was probably the first 20 minutes.
Jesus.
I'm just gonna whisper, I want to switch cabs.
Yeah, I would say after like 30 minutes, Benny comes back to like try to like actively talk to them.
Yeah. It's a little fuzzy. You guys are. Well, you took cabs around the same time, so they're fairly close to one another. So never mind. It's not that fuzzy.
So how's your cab ride going?
Parker's rolling his eyes.
Parker hates me.
I think Parker hates everyone. I don't think he hates you in particular.
Do you guys see any bears?
I'm sitting next to one.
Oh shit! As soon as Parker steps out of the cab, both look, ooh, punch him in the face.
I look at the cab driver, it's the bear.
Metaphorically, I think she's talking about a bear. Not a real bear.
Could be both.
Yeah.
So after the long cab ride, you arrive in Lisbon, which is a pretty small town. It's not really much more than a stretch of the road with a couple of buildings here and there. You've got your general store. You got the sheriff's department. You've got looks like the town hall and a blacksmith. A few other stores here and there. Post office. Your general town things, but for the most part, that's it. There's not all that much here. Now, there are most likely houses, outside of the main road, and you take it that this, like much of New York, aside from New York City, is a farming area.
Is there like a sheriff's office?
Yeah, there's a sheriff's office.
Well, if we're going to get information, since I guess that's what we're here for, right? The easiest way would be to talk to the rubes, right?
Parker's on high alert right now.
No offense to you, Parker, but maybe you should stay back on this one.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Okay. Well, you know what? Me and Selena will go in, and you two maybe go find more other investigation stuff. Maybe. Somewhere that doesn't involve law enforcement.
Yeah, I do like how that sounds.
All right.
She's just gonna know.
Break! And just, like,
And go.
Audibly sigh and just walk towards the sheriff's office.
Okay. Okay. We could check out the local watering hole. That's something.
Of course, you'd need to find out where that is.
Don't worry. I think I may have an idea of how to find one.
All right.
I smell,
Fair enough.
I smell water.
I smell booze.
Goes down there on the ground. Whoa.
All right, so we'll start off then with Benny and Selena as you two make your way to the most obvious place to go to, the sheriff's office. Which, much of these buildings, they're red brick, and sheriff's offices. No different, although all the windows are barred. They do have glass on the inside, but then bars on the outside of it. Looks like it doubles as kind of a city jail. Most likely with just a couple holding cells for the drunks overnight, or, well, the drunks would probably be away for a lot longer, but...
We're not inside yet.
Not yet, no. You're just outside the doors.
So as we're like walking closer, I'm like, so what's the plan exactly?
Well, we lie. That's as far as I've gotten so far.
All right.
If you want to reference that article to kind of get the information that you know.
Okay.
So,
Where is the article? The information that I know.
wherever you guys left it. 'Cause I
It's over
handed it
here.
off to you. Yep.
Cool.
So, you go into the sheriff's office. You can see, as you walk in, there's a middle-aged man. He has mostly gray hair, a mix of brown here and there, but mostly gray with, flecks of brown in it. Large walrus mustache, like leaned back in his chair. You can see he's got like the sheriff's vest with the star pinned on it. Very Western sheriff vibe he's got going on. He has a wooden pipe sticking out of his mouth. And looks like you may have woken him up from a nap. As you walk in, he was leaned back in his chair, legs up on the desk, and as you come in, there's a loud clack as he falls to the, not like he falls to the floor, but the chair legs hit the floor, and he looks at you walking in, kind of like switches his pipe from one side of the mouth to the other. You see his face is very wrinkled, and the wrinkles deepen as he frowns. Who are you all?
Well, hello there, friend. Sheriff McCown, I presume?
That's me.
Yes, my name is Benedict Pemberton. This right here is Selena Swanson. We're a few journalists from the big city that work for the Times. Maybe you've heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of the Times.
Great, this makes it easy then. Well, you see, we are very interested in the disappearances that have been happening around here. The old boss man upstairs told us to come down and investigate it.
Alright, well... I don't know how much I can help you. After all, if I knew why they were disappearing, the problem would already be solved. I can't say I much like the idea of big city journalists poking around in our affairs, but I'll help you out as best I can.
I assure you, sir, if I wasn't literally dragged onto the train, I wouldn't be here either. But here I am. So the most that we can do is help each other. You tell me the information, we get our information, we make you sound really awesome, like a Western hero, and we go our separate ways.
Alright, well, I want you to roll a persuasion.
Where is my dice?
Right here.
That is one of them.
Oh, they're over there.
Oh, there they are. There are both of them. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
And while he's
Push.
doing that, I'm going.
Push. 95, I'm pushing.
Okay, so before you push,
Okay.
as you are speaking,
Yeah.
right? Now, we've never done a pushed roll before,
Yeah.
so I'm going to go ahead and explain how this works. A pushed roll doesn't mean a reroll.
Yeah.
A pushed roll means that you can see your first attempt was a failure.
Yeah.
You are going to try a different route.
Okay.
It could just be pushing forward even harder, but there will be consequences if you fail.
Yeah.
Now, as you speak, he seems to be kind of nodding along with what you say, but when you say, we'll make you look good, we'll make you look like a Western hero, you can see that frown deepen again, his wrinkles, crinkling up. You can tell he definitely didn't like that, and you think you may have pushed some buttons, making it seem like, he's just, not really trying his job.
Yeah.
So, if you fail this, if you, push forward, now how exactly are you going to go about it?
Noticing that he's like upset.
Mhm.
I didn't mean it that way. I mean, these small town sheriffs, they don't get the credit they deserve.
All right, so, pushing forward, going with a different approach, trying to come off as friendly.
While they're talking,
So go ahead
by
and
the
make
way,
that roll.
I'm just gonna kind of like lean forward and just.
I'm going to use 2 points of luck to push it down to a pass.
Well,
Can't do that.
No.
Push
you
him.
can't.
You can't push
You
it.
can't use luck.
That
on
is
push roll.
barely a fucking fail. Oh my god, that makes me so mad.
So before, you
Well,
said you were going to try something.
Well, I'm saying that he's not necessarily getting anywhere.
Yeah, he doesn't seem so much receptive to your guys' story so far.
So I'm just gonna, kind of, because I don't think charming him is going to do much.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm probably just going to lean forward a little bit and just say, how do I put this? We just need to know necessarily how we need to approach this story, and we believe that your input could help. I would really appreciate it if you could tell us something about it.
So I want you to make a separate. Now, don't consider this a failure just yet, because we're still kind of determining the results as you do this. So what I'm going to let you do, keep those results on the table. So 76. So go ahead and roll me a negotiation as well, because that's definitely what you're going for.
Negotiation?
Persuasion.
Or, sorry,
Persuasion.
persuasion.
Just that was
I'm used
so
to Star
mad.
Wars, all right.
It's
Does it
75
have
and
to
I
be a
rolled a
persuasion, or
76.
can it be an
That's
act?
rough.
Can I make it
That's what makes me so mad
Can I
about
make it an acting?
Not really.
Yeah.
Acting is it's a different thing
Okay.
to negotiation.
This is about to be a failure.
Cool.
Just saying.
22.
Nah, it's a failure.
Oh wow.
I don't have any points in persuasion.
What's the base?
10.
The base is 10?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Can I make it an acting to make it seem like I am this person?
Yeah.
Because I'm not necessarily trying to persuade him for him to give me the information. I'm trying to make it seem like I'm someone I'm not.
If I rolled that, I would be 3 points away from a heckin' extreme.
See,
That makes me
I'm
mad.
not-
I went
I'm
that roll.
So
I'm not
No.
trying to persuade him to give me the information.
Yeah.
I'm trying to act like I am a journalist.
yeah.
So I didn't know. It
Eh,
could go both ways.
yeah, I'd say that's more a negotiation. If you're acting it, it's got to be a little bit more
Dramatic.
and
Yeah, you
also
have to
you're
have
taking
to-
on more of a role.
Noted.
So
Noted.
No, for next time.
now, as you do, when you say what you're saying, you see the frown doesn't go away, and he stares at you long and hard. I don't like you. Something about you reeks of lies.
So wait, is he specifically looking at Benny?
He's looking at Benny. Benny's the one that failed the push roll.
Got it.
And why would you think that, good sir?
Listen, you don't make it 20 years as the sheriff without following hunches. And I have a hunch about me, or I have a hunch about you, that tells me you're lying.
Sir, I would never lie. I am a man of integrity.
See, you say that, then you open your mouth and you put your foot in it, because journalists are not men of integrity.
Those words, sir, are fighting words, I'll have you know.
You do realize I'm the sheriff, right?
You know what?
If you want to pick a fight with the sheriff, then I'd ask you to save us both the trouble and just go and step into that cell.
I'm gonna
He
back
kind of nods
up.
his head over to one of the
And I
shoulders.
want to walk up to him. I want to put my hand on his shoulder. And I'm going to pull him in for a hug. And as I'm doing that, slide his hand, his wallet out of his pocket.
Okay. Okay, I'm
And
going to say...
when I do that, say, I'm so sorry. I do not want to go to jail right now.
Okay, so this is definitely going to be a hard sleight of hand, because he
Yeah.
is already...
He doesn't
You've
like
pushed
you.
this man to the point where he does not like you at all.
Hard sleight of hand?
Yeah. So he's like, when you invade his personal space, he is immediately like fully aware of where
Question.
everything is.
None of this aggression is pointed towards me, right?
It's mostly towards him.
They
You
get
just
it
kind
in
of
the
have the
back,
bad luck
like,
of being with this guy.
Why do you have to choose me?
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. It's a pass.
But it's not a hard
But it's not a hard
pass.
pass.
Yeah. So as you go,
Fucking those 80s, man.
and you could still try and push it or use luck. That is up to you.
It's a lot of luck.
That is a lot of luck.
I'm gonna push it
Okay.
because I hate myself.
All right. So as you wrap your arms around him, it's immediately like he is trying to push you away.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do from this point? Like
Okay.
he's trying to push you away, and it might come to blows if this goes poorly.
Don't fight the love.
No. This is how we forgive in the big city, sir. Let it happen.
Oh no! All right, so it's still going to be a hard.
Okay.
It's still going to be a hard sleight of hand.
Oh,
Damn! So, yeah, as you know, you pull him close. He kind of like relaxes just slightly, and you know his hands are still up, like they're at the point where they're trying to push you away, which does give you access to his pockets.
Yeah.
And Selena, you can see his face doesn't so much look angry so much now as uncomfortable and just kind of weirded out, right? And he's like, listen, maybe we got off on the wrong foot here, but I'm not much of a hugger. I wasn't raised that way.
My dad said that too, but he came too.
So at this point, you're kind of backing away.
Yeah.
You know, as you back up, you take the wallet, which, you know,
Yeah.
was in your hand, and, you know, quickly using your leg to obscure it to slide it into your back
Do I
pocket.
say that?
No, probably not. Not with a 2.
Not with a fucking.
Well, I didn't
two.
know because I said I'm backing up, so I'm behind him.
Yeah. No, you don't really
You probably
notice that. Your eyes are on
I
the
wouldn't
sheriff,
do
who is
anything. Terrified.
looking terrified.
I
Like,
wouldn't
what the
do anything. I
fuck just happened?
Damn it.
So, you know, you back up. The sheriff says, I've got a big caseload right now, which, you know, you're not sure if this is necessarily true. You're pretty sure you caught him napping. But if you could kindly be on your way, if you need any help, I'll send one of the deputies down. We'll tell you this. Don't go poking around in the South Woods. That's where people go missing.
Perfect.
Out of character. The worst fucking sheriff. Like, I'm not gonna tell you any information, but don't go to the South Woods. Bro, that's immediately where we're going.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. He's trying to make sure you're safe.
Yeah. Okay, I get
Aw.
it. We certainly won't go there.
How cold is it, by the way, there?
Oh, yeah, good point. It's much colder than it should be for October.
Cool. So
Early October.
I have that.
I'm wearing like my checkered coat.
It feels easily like a day in late November.
Okay. That's still
I'm gonna-
checkered
If
coat.
it were to rain, it would most likely be snow. And we're talking late November in New York.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, so if it were to rain, it would be snowing.
I'm gonna put that jacket on. That's too big.
But I'm gonna, if we have any questions, sir, we'll come right back and ask.
You're pretty sure you see him under his breath say, please don't.
And I'm going to just walk out.
All right.
Now, what is there any information in the wallet?
All right. So as you walk out, you're kind of like looking through it.
Right.
You see, there's probably about $10 cash. There is his identification. A few pictures, kind of like billfold style, just pictures of his wife and kids.
Yep.
Aside from that, there's really not that much in his wallet. Nothing that seems to pertain to this.
Okay.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I want to figure out the names of the people missing, I would look at a local newspaper.
Yeah, you could probably do that.
And I would.
Now, the newspaper would be in Ogdensburg, because there's not a newspaper here. This town's too small.
So,
There is also the library. You guys would have noticed there was a library in Ogdensburg.
I have a weird question for you, or a weird request for you, Selena. Would you mind giving the sheriff his wallet back?
At this point, he pulls out the wallet, which you hadn't seen.
You took his wallet?
I thought there might have been information in it.
There isn't, is there?
There is not. But the money's still in it. I didn't take any money.
Oh, just in case it may help at some point, although it doesn't seem super likely, his full name is James McCown.
Okay.
James Lee McCown.
Yeah.
If I go to jail, you have to get me out. And I'm going to take it and just start walking to the police station.
Okay. So you walk back inside. You've only been out for a moment.
Yeah.
As the door opens, you can hear him. What?
So I'm going to kind of like have it behind my, not really behind my back, just enough to where it's not in his eye level.
Huh.
And then kind of just drop it to the ground a little bit.
Can I help you?
Yeah, so, my friend Benny, he just, happened to notice that when he pulled you in for a hug, he did it a little aggressively. He said that your wallet might have fallen out. There's one right here on the ground. I was just gonna let you know. I'm gonna walk out. That's all I'm gonna do, just walk out.
So, as you do this, you see him stand up. And,
I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail.
Like, you've already stepped out, but you can see him, like, hustling toward you. You guys might want to leave. He definitely looked like he might be, and, like, you're pulling the doors closed. You hear him go, "Hey, wait! What are you guys doing?"
What's around me?
I mean, you just stepped outside. You're now on the main street, next to Benny. You hear the sheriff as the door closes,
Benny, run.
No run. Just casually walk.
Okay. So you two begin to stroll down the street. You see the doors open.
Pop the
Well, you don't see them, but you
coat
hear them.
a little bit to cover my hair.
Okay.
I'm super obvious because I'm wearing a checkered fucking coat.
Yep. So you see the doors open. You see him, like, rifling through his wallet.
Yeah.
I've got my eyes on you.
I don't swing that way, friend. And just keep going.
Just gonna chuckle at you walking next to him.
Lucky I don't arrest you right now.
For what?
Let's
Finding a wallet?
Yeah, you just hear him, like, grumbling. "Goddamn city folk," as he walks by.
Hey, what good thing happened? I didn't go to jail.
So, back to Parker and Bo. Parker and Bo, you're looking for the local speakeasy.
Hey.
Oh, my back.
So, yes. Checking for the local speakeasy.
Alright, so how are you going to go about doing that?
Going to visit some probably some larger establishments
Okay.
that happen to look like they have, just kind of peeking through windows and checking to see if there are any buildings that may have back storage rooms that look locked, things like that, just signs of a speakeasy.
Alright, so you kind of know what you're looking around for.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give
when
you...
you check those doors, there's that little thing where they slide to the side. That's a real thing.
So I'm going to give you a bonus to your spot hidden.
Okay. So, okay. Alright.
Good thing, too.
That is 1 point away from mine.
Yeah, well, so you have a bonus. Just re-roll the 10s.
That's a 1.
Did you just roll a 1?
Yeah, I did.
Alright, so you just got the first actual crit of the game.
Woo! On something that doesn't even matter. Hey!
So make sure you mark that down as a success.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
And as you're walking along, looking for the usual signs of a speakeasy, I mean, you own a couple, so you know about what they look like.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You would be walking along and you see that the general store, and you're kind of like looking at it, it looks like it might be a likely candidate. It's got like a back door, and it's not one of the ones that has this sliding latch, but you know, it's got a back door and kind of a back storage room. There are no windows that you can see from this side. And as you're kind of like looking in, getting a closer look, you see the door kind of slide open, and you can see that there's someone standing in the door as the guy slides out. But you still get a glance behind. You can see like a table set up, a couple of people sitting around the table, and the guy who is still at the door pulls it closed really quick. The guy who just walked out has a brown bag in his hand, clutched around what looks like a bottleneck in a brown bag. And he's kind of swaying slightly as he walks out. You see him glance left and right. He doesn't really see, but he, brings it up to his mouth and then continues walking. Definitely not a straight line.
Yeah.
So you think you found your place?
Yeah, pretty sure. Alright, so he's going to go up and motion for Bo to follow and go up.
Yeah, I would be following this one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Go up
I won't
to
get
the-
lost.
I don't blame you. Go up to the, go inside and then go up to the door and just kind of gently tap on the door.
Yeah. The door cracks open a little bit. See some very wary eyes looking you up and down. This is a private business. What do you want?
Smirking and just kind of shrugs his shoulders. Looking for a drink. Here, you keep the good soda in the back.
Make a negotiation.
Persuasion.
Or persuasion.
I know what he means.
Every time. It's going to take me a while to get used to that.
Ooh, that's not going to be good.
Why do they always have to have different names?
Yeah, that's
Can't we
not-
just have a universal name?
What'd you do?
I failed it.
You failed it?
Yeah.
It's a thing. What's wrong with me?
So, no for next time. Put more
So-
persuasion.
He kind of like licks his lips a little bit, looks you up and down. Well, there's actually a bit of an entry fee if you want to come in and sample the better sodas.
I'm gonna move Parker aside and say, how about you just move out of the way and just let us on in?
Alright, so is that going to be intimidation? Yeah. Alright, so if you'd like to make that intimidation check, go ahead. I believe you have some effect with your intimidation as well, correct?
Yes.
You're scary.
You're scary. You're a big
So
scary
I
guy.
got a bonus.
Yep.
So
This one. Same exact thing.
Yeah, same exact
that's a hard.
Alright, that's a hard pass? Alright. So, you step aside, or, step in, push past Parker, who's already a kind of scary guy, just his demeanor. But you are a mountain of a man. And you see him kind of look a little nervous, bead of sweat appearing on his forehead. Licks his lips again and says, even if I closed and barred this door, I don't think it'd stop you from coming in anyway, so,
I think you're right.
Oh, just never mind that entry. Come on in. So he opens the door. You see a few people glance up and look, patrons of this speakeasy. You can see it's not a permanent establishment. It's definitely a storage room that's been converted to a place where they...
More than likely something they can pack up in a hurry.
Yep. You see just like a average-looking table with a couple of chairs set around it, and just a couple of crates with alcohol in it. It looks like they're basically just, enjoying drinks with friends.
Gotcha. Also...
So you're immediately sticking out like a sore thumb here because you're new to town.
We're not the usual patrons.
And, it's very much a usual patron establishment.
Yeah. Also, I just want to point out, as that happens, Parker's like that. You know the meme with the kid where he, does the thumbs up thing where he's, nodding?
Yeah.
That's Parker.
I like it.
Impressed.
Oh, make sure you mark your intimidation if you haven't already.
We're getting better at it.
Yeah, cool.
Slowly but surely.
So, you walk in. You can see everyone kind of looking around. You would see a man who is rather large guy, not big like Yubo, but big around more so. He has kind of orange scruffy hair, looks a little bit unkempt, a little bit greasy. He's got just a natural red face, like he's always sweating.
Dude, same.
Exactly what I was about to say.
But he looks over to you two and says, "Well, I guess." Sorry, that's not even his voice. Yeah, it's hard to switch accents. Well, I guess now that you're here, you may as well get yourself a drink. It's 25 cents. All we've got is whiskey.
I don't know what I was expecting from the guy who was described as Irish. But
It's an Irishman. He has an Irish accent. What? What? Okay, so Parker's going to he's going to pay for both their whiskeys.
Okay, so, you pay him 50 cents. He gives you 2 shot glasses. You're not sure how much a bottle costs, but, 2 shot glasses of whiskey.
He's just going to pass the other glass to Bo.
Mm-hmm.
Turn that shit up.
Alright.
Nice. Same, gonna match him. Shot, let's go.
At a spending level. I don't know how well I am.
Plus side is you're best friends with everyone in the room at this point.
It's like RDR2.
Mm-hmm.
Lenny!
Yeah.
Bo!
which
Bo, where are you?
Which one of you was Lenny?
Doing the can. Hey!
With 8 Lennies.
8 minutes.
At some point you drown a dude.
I fall into my own piss.
So yeah, you get yourself some whiskey, you drink it. There's still general unease in the room, as you are definitely strangers.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you say anything to anyone? Conversation at this point has died down.
Okay, Parker's going to be talking to the barkeep and just going to ask, so, anything unusual happening around town?
Well, unusual for other places maybe, but not for here. Same business.
Can I just interject real quick? Can you just say top of the morning as Jack
Top of the morning to you!
Thank you.
Yeah, needed that.
Yeah.
Well, no one's gone missing yet, but won't be long. We always lose at least 2 or 3.
2 or 3 every day, every week?
Every year.
Oh, okay.
No, if it was 2 or 3 every day, we wouldn't have anyone left. Hell, there's only 500 people here, more or less.
That's pretty bad. 2 more.
So you get 2 more drinks.
Yo, I'm gonna...
Liking you better already. Here you go.
2 more! Parker, pay the man.
It's easy to order when your next step is Parker, pay the man.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I was gonna hand one to Parker
Uh-huh.
And I would set the 50 cents down.
Alright.
We'll take the bottle, Parker.
Give the man what he wants.
Funny enough, Parker probably would. He'd be like, yeah, whatever, I'm getting it anyways.
Yeah, well, it's $1 or $2 here and there.
Exactly.
So.
He's never had a sugar baby before. This is weird. He's got sugar babies like pasta sauce.
So, you two are sipping at your whiskey. Anything else you want to ask? And he's gone back. The conversation is picked up a little bit now between the people.
Can we smoke in here?
Go right ahead. Just don't burn the place down. Or do.
I'm a lot of
Do you have
cigarette.
insurance? You've got insurance on this building.
Yeah, I'll sit back and start dragging a cigarette.
Alright. So, yeah. You're smoking. Anything you want to try and bring up? Any questions you want to ask?
I guess he will probably go start asking, kind of pressing more about the whole people going missing thing. So you say you get people missing often. Anything else weird that happens?
Well, once again, weird for other places maybe, but pretty normal fare for here. There's that big black dog. It's been seen roaming around the South Woods.
Big black dog.
Yeah, it's been roaming around for about 12 years now.
It's pretty old for a dog.
Most people don't think it's there's an accent there.
Ooh, my accent is slipping!
Right after we know it goes. Most people don't think it's a real dog. I think it's some sort of spirit, maybe. Started showing up around the same time people started going missing.
Is there
Again, there's also those strange folk. They bought a cabin down by the South Woods. They've been here for about a year now. They,
About 2 or 3 of them there. I'm not. About 2 to 3 people go missing every year. They bought a cabin in the same fucking spot. I have my vote of people going missing.
Okay. So,
we tried to warn them away from buying the place. After all, the whole family that lived there went and disappeared. But they were pretty set on it. They bought the place, and apparently they've nearly bought the the blacksmith out of his shop.
It's interesting. So this, before I continue on, do you have a name for the legend of the dog, this creature? Do you have a name for it?
Some people say it's a grim.
Do we pick that up?
Probably not, no. It's said to him, not said to him.
I'm not saying
yeah.
It's grim. Is that what you're calling it? Is that what people are calling it in newspapers and things like that?
Well, they don't really report about it in the newspapers.
It's word of mouth.
Just, yeah. Talk about it behind closed doors.
Interesting. Alright. Another couple glasses. It's kind of fun. How, first off, how are you with alcohol, though?
He's a big guy.
If you want to buy me a bottle, let's fucking party in this.
I don't
party
think you
down.
consume a lot of alcohol.
Yeah, I'd say he's got a decent alcohol tolerance.
Yeah,
We'll
so that's
throw
what
that
they were
shit back.
Alright. He's gonna buy a bottle instead of the 30.
So the bottle's going to cost you about $2.
$2? Okay.
So just, it's within your cash and you're not spending all that much. You bought tickets, but that's...
The magic
A couple
spending
dollars.
level of the 3 of us, we can kind of buy whatever the fuck we want and not have to worry
You
about
guys
it.
are fairly well. So, you buy a bottle, and at this point, he seems fairly cheery, doing good business.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I like these newcomers.
Yeah.
They actually spend a lot of coin.
Yeah. If you're wanting other rumors, there's also Eddie Sleeves. Just never play him at cards. He cheats. Aside from that,
I know somebody like that.
I think we all do. We've all got that one friend.
Bastard friend. Benny, where are you at?
You're calling
Benny!
Benny, I thought of you today. Are you
Does
hearing this too?
Can Benny hear this? Are
Benny?
we close enough?
You know I don't cheat at cards, right? Bo, you're just bad at it.
Yeah, I would say
don't
that too.
cheat cards when I'm playing you.
Is that correction?
So, last thing I know about all that, you seem interested, is that the South Woods also said to be haunted by a boy who died.
Oh,
Also around 10, 15 years ago. First one to have gone missing. Never turned up a body. They say you can hear his shrieks at night.
joy.
Cool.
Dang.
Just what he likes to hear. Dead people. Ghosts.
um.
His favorite.
I guess we're making our way out into the library.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are going to make your way to the library?
Yeah.
Once again, that isn't Ogdensburg.
No.
Not in Lisbon. There's no library in Lisbon.
Oh,
What is
I
there
thought
in
you.
this
I thought
place?
you just said there was a library in Lisbon.
No, there's one in Ogdensburg.
Oh, well, never mind then.
It's so confusing.
You can
that
go
it
to the
happens.
town.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just a list of things that, are good ideas to check
Is there a town hall? We go to the
There
town
is a town
hall.
hall,
We'll go to
yes.
the town hall then.
So you guys are going to the town hall.
Legal documents, including lawsuits, construction, and demolition.
Yeah, we'll go to the.
And also check local newspapers.
We'll go,
Well, that's something we
isn't
can
Ogdensburg?
Yeah, those
Oh.
two things because,
Gotcha.
Small town.
yeah, Lisbon is a very
Gotcha.
small town.
We're going to the town hall instead, though.
Okay, so you
Okay.
guys go to the town hall.
Bo and I are getting.
Now, those are public records, so you don't need to bribe anyone to get the information. You just get the info.
Okay.
What exactly are you looking for?
Um.
You two are getting wasted at this point.
Yes.
So-
Oh, yeah, 100%.
What?
We heard the word
100%.
grim because Parker said it.
Yes.
Is
Yeah.
there like a public record keeper, like helping us find the files?
Yeah, there's someone,
So we're
kind of a scrawny,
investigating.
bookish woman.
We're investigating the local rumors surrounding. Can I look over my shoulder to make sure no one else is around except just the three of us? The Grim. Do you know anything that might help us with our investigation?
She looks a little nervous and a little bit confused, and she says, well, I can't think of anything that might help. Mostly we just have records of birth dates, death dates, any sales of land recently, things like that. Nothing...
Would there be any situations happening around the South Woods that might tie into that rumor? How long have you lived in Lisbon?
all my life, but the only thing that we might have that has anything to do with the South Woods are those people that bought the cabin up there about a year ago.
And do they seem like fine people?
Oh, they were strange folk. But
Strange how?
well, it was two men and a woman, and it's kind of odd for the three of them to be living together like that. I don't know if they were relatives or what exactly was going on, but the woman had a mean look in her eye. I didn't really like it.
And
Aside from that, they just gave me an odd feeling. They seemed awfully interested in the South Woods, but they didn't have any explanation as
do
to
you
why.
have their name is public record, correct? Because they bought the land, or?
Yeah, their name's on file. She starts ruffling through papers and just like going through essentially like a file cabinet, finding a folder, pulls it out, looks through. So there was Walter Pinbrook. He's kind of a younger guy from what I remember. Henry Adler, who kind of an older gentleman, and then the woman Mary Tones.
And
There's not much more I can tell you about them.
do you have directions to the cabin in case we want to talk to them?
Oh, yeah, I can write down the directions for you. It's not too hard to find. It's the only
Please
thing
do.
on that road.
Anything else we should know about them before we go investigate?
Don't go out into the South Woods at night.
Is there anything particularly dangerous about it at night?
You know about the disappearances, right?
We are aware of the disappearances, but we'd love to hear it from a local.
Well, as far as we can tell, they only happen at night. And it's
do you
usually out by the South Woods.
Do you have a record of everyone that's gone missing as well?
Yeah, we do. Now, no bodies have ever been recovered per se, but about 8 years ago we just started marking people off as dead. They never do come back.
Well, we would love, a record of the people that went missing around that area as well, please.
We don't have exact death dates on any of these because we...
The names and the ages of when they went missing will be fine.
Yeah. Okay, so she, starts going through, and she's like, there's a lot of files. It's roughly 12 years of... And it's pretty morbid stuff.
How many names exactly?
Oh, she does some math in her head. And says, well, it's about usually 3 or 4 a year, and it's been going on for 12 years. So, around 50?
Watching Brian do math in
Yeah,
real time. I'm sure that we'll be safe then. I guess I want, take the files. Are we allowed to take them out with us, or?
No.
No.
You can look over them
Well-
here. You can't. You can make copies.
I'm gonna while they're talking.
Obviously by hand. They don't have a
While they're
photocopier.
talking, I'm gonna start making a copy of that first one that she gave of
Alright.
the people by
Okay. So yeah, you just writing down the names
Yeah.
and the kind of getting the directions. of it.
anything I find
Alright.
important.
I just want to skim through just to get some all of the people that went missing.
Mm-hmm.
There's
you-
nothing in common, right?
No, there's no common trait shared among them. It does seem like they tend towards the younger end, although that could just be because old folks don't necessarily go exploring around in the woods at night.
What?
And when was the first person missing?
That was about 12 years ago,
And what was that
and
name?
it was the boy. His name was Wesley Grimes.
Should have stayed in the house. But okay, and how old was he when he went missing?
He was 14.
14. Okay. I'm gonna write
Mm-hmm.
that down. Wesley Grimes, 14. You've been a real help. Thank you.
Yeah. And as you're looking it over and writing that name down, she says, some of these families still live here. If you wanted to talk to them, you could. A lot have moved away, but
Does the Grimes family still live here?
well, the mother does. His father passed away before he went missing, but yeah.
Where does she live?
She basically tells you around where he lives. Just it's off the main street. Gives you vague directions as to where. Take a left at the three-legged dog.
Yeah, I think we're going there next.
Okay.
Okay. If you want to go back to them doing something, I think.
Yeah.
Look like they're
Do you
getting
guys have any
shit-faced.
other plans?
The worst investigators.
Huh? What?
I mean, you guys have figured out a decent amount of information between.
Yes, we're celebrating.
No.
So, at this point, you've managed to down a single bottle. I don't know if you bought a second one, but you've shared it between the two of you.
So how drunk are you two?
Oh, I mean,
At all?
Parker might
I'm
be a
a
little.
little.
I would say that we're more tipsy than anything.
Yeah.
We're not drunk. We're
So-
Parker
we're buzzed.
does a
When we
lot of drinking, and Bo is a big.
But
Big
when
man,
we see
yeah.
each other again, we're gonna know.
You
Y'all
might.
had drinks.
You might. Depends.
But I'm heading to Mrs. Grimes'
Okay.
house.
Is there anything that you two want to do? You've gotten some information. You've gotten a decent amount of information, really.
Yes.
Although you need to possibly follow those leads up somehow.
Because
Yes.
That's in
Let's see.
They're over there, but which one is it?
that one's in the pulp. Under psychic powers. And I might not be playing it exactly to how the rules operate. I know.
How
Oh my
dare
god,
you.
taking
I'm just
taking
making-
creative liberties with the rules
making
as the
sure.
keeper.
I
Oh
I mean,
no!
she can check the
You
rules.
just-
How
and stuff.
scandalous!
You disgust me. Is this
Okay, but what are you guys doing? Aside from getting drunk
Yeah.
I'm tipsy.
and being literally the worst investigators.
Hey,
We found the speakeasy.
yeah.
Well,
You're welcome.
They investigated that
You got
speakeasy
in it.
thoroughly,
Teamwork.
sir.
We
Yeah, literally, if you
Yeah.
hadn't have passed
The
that
beer's
check,
here.
This is where it is.
Parker's next line of action
Ossifer?
literally was going to be
Ossifer, we found it.
Parker literally is going to just pull out a gun. If the guy was like, no, there's a fee, he's going to be like, all right, here's my
But
fee, but
moving
instead
on,
we get a
move-
bullet.
moving
So,
Um,
you wanna try to find this dog?
I've got to be honest, the dog, not a fan. Sounds too off. Something sounds weird.
I know. Maybe they sell treats.
Parker is going to kind of chuckle at that. He's tipsy.
It shows signs of life.
I think
It shows signs of life.
there's some emotion in there somewhere. He laughs, but he laughs without smiling. Just
Yeah, it never reaches the eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
It reaches the
so we're not going exactly what
So,
this says.
Probably not.
I
No.
don't get it. 'Cause this would be-
just one last thing. Parker's going to just kind of wave to the
Awesome.
barkeep.
Mm-hmm.
One more bottle for the road. And he's
Oh,
going
of
to
course.
stand up.
Here you go, you my new favorite customers.
He's gonna leave him just a couple of bills. He probably has no idea how much he left on the bar. Just
Yeah.
throws in some
Just like a
bills.
couple hundreds.
Yeah.
All of his money that he had ever. Just here's 25,000. Thanks. You have a good day.
I'll see you next Tuesday.
I'll see you, barkeep. You're
My
my
name's
best.
Eugene, but
You're my best friend. Don't tell Benny. Please don't tell Benny.
Bo, you know that you're speaking out loud, as it were.
Benny, where are you?
Anyways, we found a lead.
So did we. We'll find somewhere to meet up.
Okay. Well, we're going to stop by this house first.
What house?
You sleep off your drunkenness, apparently.
I'm not drunk.
Okay, I don't
Parker.
believe you.
Parker, slap me.
Slap him. Okay. And he punches him, actually. He doesn't even slap him, he just
Okay.
punches him.
okay. Are you going full force punch?
Depends how drunk are you?
Now he'll hold back, but barely.
Okay, hold back but barely. All right.
Yeah.
I still want you to make a fighting. Are you trying to dodge this?
No.
No. Okay.
No,
so
he's
yeah,
trying
just,
to get hit.
yeah, just go ahead and make that punch.
Is that
Fighting
melee?
brawl.
I'm
Oh,
going
okay.
to die if you fail. Your punch misses, and you accidentally punch yourself.
Fighting
Roll
brawl,
a
okay.
one.
Okay, that is a fail.
What'd you roll there?
A 69.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. So you wind up the punch. You're getting ready,
Mhm.
and you punch, and then you realize that you didn't actually punch him. You kind of punched next to him. You were going for the chin. You're pretty sure he's got like 3. They're moving in and out.
Dang, this whiskey's strong.
God damn it. I come up, I fucking smack myself. I'm like,
Can I try and punch him one more time? Just one more time.
Sure. Oh, by the way, you can't push combat rolls. Just so you guys know.
Yeah.
For future reference.
Okay.
Combat rolls can't.
All right. Just one more.
You can
shot.
stun block, but you can't push them.
Yeah. So he slaps himself, and now I'm going for another punch.
It's a 97.
That's a 97.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So you go to punch and you kind of
Spot in the air.
stumble.
Oh, sorry.
Kind of stumble a couple of few steps and nearly fall over, but Yeah, you've kind of slapped yourself. You guys are tipsy. Parker, you're a little more drunk just because you have less body weight.
And I was trying to match him shot for shot.
Yeah, you were.
I'm gonna come up, drag a cigarette, and go. Alright. Benny, do you want us to come to the house too?
No, you just hang out there. You tell us where you're at here in a bit. And then out of like the psychic connection. Who are we dealing with?
Children.
Alright,
Which,
so.
if I remember right, aren't we the two oldest?
I'm the youngest again.
How old are you?
27.
Oh no, so I'm one of the youngest then.
Yeah.
How old are you?
29.
So you two are the oldest. I'm 24 and a half.
I'm 22.
24 and a half. That's important. It's not important.
But it's not important at all. But I guess we're gonna head to the house.
Yeah. So you head to the Grimes household and.
Hello.
Ooh woo.
Done.
Still a woman.
then perish.
Exactly.
You find yourselves at a middle-class house. It's in a small town, so it's not a very big home.
Yeah.
You can see there's no vehicle outside. Probably don't own one.
Does it look on the poorer side or like middle class?
Yeah, you'd say it's probably like lower end of middle class. Not rich by any means. Not well.
Benny wouldn't understand how much.
Yeah.
Benny's mentality of how
They're either extremely poor or they have as much money as you.
Yeah, there is no difference. It's like, man, these people live in poverty. So yeah, just knock on the door.
Mm-hmm.
Take off my skimmer hat. It's
Yeah.
not a fedora, it's a skimmer hat. Sorry,
Mhm.
I got it wrong. And just wait there.
All right, so you knock on the door. You can hear someone inside, kind of rustling about, and as the door cracks open, you can see a chain on the inside. It's a very sturdy-looking chain, and you can see the woman behind it who looks like she's probably in her late middle age, blonde hair, gray blue eyes. But what really catches you is the shotgun that's pointed through the door. And as she looks out, she relaxes slightly. You can see the barrel drops, but still in her hands.
I hate salesmen too.
She's just gonna chuckle.
Yeah, you see, despite everything, a slight smirk on her face, and she says, "How can I help you?"
Well, my name is Benedict Pemberton. This is Selena Swanson. We are from the New York Times. We are here to investigate the disappearances in the South Woods.
Oh.
And I wish it was more on fortunate terms that we were meeting, unfortunately. But here we are, huh?
I suppose that you want to talk about Wesley.
Unfortunately, yes, ma'am.
I don't know much more than anyone else does. Went out to play in the woods and never came back.
And,
Here, she unlocks the bolt. Come on inside. Make you some coffee.
that would be wonderful.
So, you step inside and pretty soon find yourselves in the shotgun, obviously put aside. You find yourselves in the little living room. It's a lonely looking house. You can tell she's the only one living here and has been for a while, but you can still see pictures of Wesley up on the mantle.
Hey, now that we have pictures of Wesley, what does he look like?
He looks like a very cheerful, active 14-year-old boy. I mean, there's some where he's younger, but he's got a big stupid grin, kind of messy blonde hair, same grayish blue eyes as his mother.
Sorry, I'm looking at my picture like, am I related to them? I'm gonna look around to see if I can't find any remnants of his stuff.
Okay, so you're kind of like just poking around the house?
No, I'm not really poking around. I'm openly just looking around.
Okay, so you're like looking around the room as you're sitting down. Because you guys are basically like sitting on...
Like I'm observing the room. I'm not openly trying to poke and pry into anything.
Yeah. You're sitting around essentially the fireplace. There are a couple of seats pulled up. You can see that the seat that she typically sits in, the one that's got like the worn-in depression in the bottom, is the only one that doesn't have a little layer of dust on it. So you two sit in chairs that haven't been sitting, dusted off a little bit. You're sipping the coffee that she brought you in mugs that look like they may have been recently cleaned out. Once again, she only uses the one that she really
always
enjoys.
gets
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me sad.
So I'll try and tell you whatever you need to know, but like I said, I don't know all that much other than...
Let's start with what type of boy was Wesley?
He loved baseball. He was gonna go and play in the big leagues. As we always said, he had pretty good grades. He was terrible at math, but who isn't at his age?
Brian, 26-year-old, still bad at math.
Yep. So true.
And is it common for the kids of the town to go play in that area?
It was.
It was, okay. Well, I would hate to ask you this, but do you know anything about the Grimm?
You can see she looks very uncomfortable when you say that. She stares down at the floor. Stupid rumors. I don't believe it. I can't believe it, but Wesley had a dog. It sounds exactly like what everyone describes as this Grimm.
And
a lot of people said that dog turned mean, but Echo was a good dog.
This may be a difficult request, but do you happen to have a picture of Wesley and Echo that we could take with us?
Yeah, she nods and, goes basically out of the room, leaving you guys alone for a moment if you want to do some more serious poking around.
I don't really want to do any serious poking around, but I do want to see if she has any of what looks like boy stuff, just maybe lying around.
Not in the living room.
Not in the living room?
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything. Although if you went to his bedroom, you get the feeling it might be completely untouched.
I am going to follow her really quick and ask her if I can use the restroom.
Alright. Yeah, she, points. She's like, it's the last door down on the left there.
I'm gonna nod and thank you and start walking in that direction.
Okay, so you go down, there's a door before it, and then there's the last door on the left, and then there's a door on the right.
The last house on the left.
Is this house 2 floors? Or
No, it's just one story.
Just one?
Yeah, so it's a fairly
Which
small
one's the bathroom again?
The bathroom's the furthest one on the left. There's a door before it on the left, and then one on the right.
I'm gonna go to the one before it.
Before it?
Yeah.
Alright. So you open the door, there's a slight creak as you look in. You can see a very dusty room. There's, a shaft of light going down. You can see the dust motes floating in the air. You can see a child's bed with a faded looking red sheet covering it. You see, like a baseball bat and pitcher's glove.
Okay.
A couple of things laid around. What looks like a big stuffed dog on the bed.
Is there anything small?
There's a baseball. Although it might be kind of smaller than that.
She's wearing a
And they like
dress, man.
sold-
She
Make a
has
spot
soldiers.
hidden for me.
Little metal figures, the tin soldier things.
You could push it if you'd like.
I don't care
Taking
that much.
another moment.
I don't care that much.
Okay. So at a glance, you don't really see anything small enough that fits the description that you want to grab.
So this looks like a normal
Yeah.
teenage boy room.
Yeah, normal teenage boy room that's been untouched for about 12 years.
So, okay, the jacket that I have on,
Mm-hmm.
does it have pockets? No. Okay. I am going to walk out of the room,
Uh-huh.
shut the door, go to the bathroom,
Alright.
and talk without saying anything.
Alright.
I found his room, but it looks like no one has been in there for a while. And I'm just specifically talking to Benny. I'm
Okay.
trying to not talk to him.
Which, this is a new thing, isn't it? This is the first time anyone's tried to specifically talk to one person without including the pool.
And not speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So you hear in your head what sounds like a whisper. I'm going to say that you can do this because you do have the highest level of psychic power
Okay.
out of everyone. You kind of stretch those muscles a little bit. But you would hear a very faint voice in your head. It sounds like someone whispering in the back of your mind. You recognize Selena's voice. The other two, you don't hear anything, but you kind of feel a weird tickle. The same kind of feeling that accompanies conversation usually, but you don't, no associated message along with it.
I'm not going to say anything.
Okay,
I wanna
so you
wait
don't
for her.
reply.
I want to wait for her to get back.
Yeah.
Wait
So-
for Mrs. Grimes to get back.
Yeah, she gets back before Selena does, and she sets the picture down on the table beside you. It's not safe to go poking around in the South Woods. You seem like nice people. If you're gonna write a story, just don't dig too deep. I'd hate for more to go missing.
We will try not to get hurt. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you for the picture. I want to dig in my wallet. I'm sure that it's been hard on you these past few years. And we typically like to pay for our information.
No.
I
The
insist.
company's been paying.
I insist, ma'am. I'm
She
gonna
kind of looks away.
dig in my wallet
Mhm.
and I'm gonna pull out $30
Mm-hmm.
and hand it to her.
and
Jeez.
She looks conflicted, but takes it without looking at the amount, wincing as she feels, it's, definitely crisp bills,
Yeah.
and she just kind of sets it aside and says, "Thank you so much. If you do find out anything, please let me know."
Absolutely, ma'am.
I want closure.
All right. So have you been in his room recently?
I go down and lay down on the bed.
Jesus.
So when I went,
the knife, it just keeps twisting.
cry myself to sleep. Let my heart attacks lull me to sleep.
I guess I'm gonna wait for Celine to get back.
All right, you get back.
cool.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a pleasant day.
You too.
And
Stay
I-
safe.
I'm going to give her a small hug
Okay.
because I feel so bad. Just before I leave.
Yeah, she seems to be, a little bit comforted by it.
And then I guess I'm going to message Parker and message. I too keep getting. I'm used to Star Wars.
Yes.
I'm
Remember
going
calm.
to. I'm going to use the spell message. That's to talk to Parker and Benny. Well, it looks like we've got and Parker and Bo. And say, well, it looks like we've got most of the information that we need. Are you at the speakeasy? And if so, where is that?
Parker's gone. Shit, what street are we on?
It's the general store.
Okay, we'll be there in a bit.
Are you guys still in the speakeasy?
I think we're gonna walk out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
I
We'd
think
still
walk
be
out.
in the general area. Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're still kind of.
I guess we're leaning against the general store.
Pretty much the only place you guys haven't been to yet would be because you went to the town hall, or some of you went to the town hall.
Yeah.
Some of you went to the general store.
I think we have
The only place you haven't been to is the blacksmith.
I think we have the.
There's.
I mean, I guess
Oh yeah.
Question.
we'll go over to the blacksmith.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll send them a telepathic message.
We'll
Just meet us at the blacksmith.
we'll walk there. We'll start walking
Question.
there.
And then of course the outlying places.
We'll start walking to the.
Question.
Black.
Have the effects of me doing that before on the train already just gone away entirely?
Oh yeah, like the headache and everything is gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It only lasted about 5 or 10 minutes really.
Okay.
So yeah. Who's going to the blacksmith?
Me and Parker and Bo.
Okay,
I
Parker
think
and Bo.
we are headed.
Yeah, we're heading there, but they'll probably finish their
Alright.
bit first.
All right, so you all step into the blacksmith. It's a very smoky room. Well, the blacksmith, the smith area is outside, but it's a
Yeah.
All the smoke leads inside.
yeah. The chimney's like just like straight vent into the shop. No, but you can see behind the forge. He's currently pumping the bellows. A rather muscular-looking man. He's covered in black smudges on his pale skin. His hands are, big, covered in blisters. See, like, black gunk is just kind of like caked in his nails.
Scale of 1 to 10, how hot is he?
He's got that rugged vibe going on. His clothing, it's just like a black apron, but like kind of tattered clothing underneath. Not wearing his Sunday best, obviously. He's with
It's
the
work.
forge.
I guess I'll go up to him and
He's
say,
got shaggy brown hair. As you go up, he looks up and gives you a big, goofy smile. Hello there. How can I help you?
what are you working on?
Oh, right now I'm making some nails. That's mostly what I do. Nails and horseshoes. You need some horseshoes? Maybe some nails?
I did some smith work in my time. Now we're looking for any rumors on the town. We're trying to do an article.
Rumors. There was those odd folk that came by and bought up all my silver. But
The
aside
ones that
from
live
that,
on the edge of the South Woods?
yeah, those guys. Those guys. I actually bought a new shipment of it. Thought they might come by and get more, but I never saw them again. So
Do you have the record of the people?
I didn't take their names. Just bought a bunch of silver.
What all silver items do you
Was it just like
Well, you know,
ingots?
your typical stuff, jewelry and all that. They had me melt it down though. They wanted it in ingots.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, come to think of it, we did buy another thing. A lot of mold for bullets.
what I was afraid of?
So did they have any weird expressions on their face?
Weird expression. No.
Like kind of a nervousness behind them?
Well, we wouldn't say nervous per se. The old guy looked a little annoyed, but aside from that, no.
Aside from what I see, you started looking at the smoke started coming in on me.
Well, aside from the old guy looking a little annoyed.
Question.
Annoyed?
Don't know about though.
Question. Can I hear what he's saying?
Probably not. No.
So, after they bought that from you, did they kind of rush out?
They did seem like they were in a hurry. Yeah.
I'd say
I told them to come back. They never did though.
Well, with buying silver for bullets, I'd say I would run out pretty quick too.
Well, if you need any silver, I've got a new shipment. More than I really need. I bought it. I thought they might want more.
Well, I tell you what, we'll probably be back.
When was the last time they came in to get silver?
Less than a week ago.
How often do they typically come to get silver?
That was the first time. I made a special trip to Ogdensburg just to get some more, and never did come back.
Do you remember exactly how much they bought?
Well, all that I had.
How much was that?
3 or 4 pounds.
A lot of silver.
I'm on to you, Brian.
Well, I think I'm gonna take some silver.
All right. I hope you don't mind. It's ingots. I didn't bother making any jewelry out of it since they just had it melted down last time.
That's fine.
All right. Well, you have money, right?
Parker's just looking at him like he's stupid and pulling out his wallet.
Okay. So, I'll be perfectly honest. That's one thing I forgot to research was the cost of silver.
You know what? We can do that right here.
1920 times silver.
Yeah.
How much cost?
Thanks, I'll do.
I know.
Yeah.
I caught it, and that's why I put it on.
Brian goes, I am bad boy. Wrap up lollipop.
$1, or roughly between $1.30, $1.35. So like $1.32.
It would be per pound.
Yeah.
Is what they would do.
So I'm going to go ahead and say that you probably...
Or per ounce, probably per ounce.
Is what this says.
Yeah.
Per ounce?
It doesn't say a measurement.
I would say per ounce.
Yeah, per ounce. So, how many ingots are you trying to buy?
That's a good question. I would say he's probably going to lay down maybe $10.
Okay, so you buy $10 worth of silver, and that gets you. We'll say that gets you 2 ingots. My math might be completely out there, but
I don't think anyone's going to be actually.
see, now that we say that, they will. It's within your cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean you've been spending pretty heavily today, so you may want to cool it over the next couple of days, but I think you'll be fine. Alright. So, is there anything else you want to buy? You got yourself some silver?
Does he happen to have a bullet mold?
Yes.
Alright, guess what I'm doing?
And what type of bullet mold do you want?
I have a handgun on my person, so I'm going to say... I don't even know what type of handgun I ended up purchasing.
Okay.
That, and if he has
Wouldn't it be mostly like a 1911?
Yeah, probably.
Like most likely
Yeah, like
be
a
a
22?
1911, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
1911.
Well,
45.
if you'd like, I can actually go ahead and just, craft these up and make you some bullets.
Alright, go for
Probably make about 20 bullets or so out of all this.
it. Sounds good.
Just say another $5 for the work. Sound fair?
Yep, ends in a 5.
Alright. Just come back in a couple hours and I'll have these molded up for you.
Alright, he's gonna tip the hat and turn back to Bo.
What time is
What
it?
he's doing.
It is probably getting on towards 5 or 6 o'clock right now.
In the evening.
Looking like
Indeed.
my news to not.
Yeah.
So,
Guess let's just stay a hotel, an inn of some sort.
Is there a hotel in Lisbon?
We're staying the night in the woods.
No.
We
it's
can drive
probably
back.
not a hotel. If
We
you
can drive
want,
back to
We can go back to
You
the
have-
mom's house and be like, hey, can we crash? Because we,
See, here's the
we
thing.
know you have a spare room.
I'll say this.
Ooh.
If you're going to try
Damn.
and hail a cab in Lisbon, you're going to need to roll a luck.
Well, we can call, can't we?
I'm going to go to the middle of the street and take off my dress. We will get a cab. Do not worry.
It's something. It might not be a cab.
Is there like a phone somewhere that I can?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to call a cab service.
Okay. It's going to cost you a little extra.
Okay.
But, you guys get a cab, and after... It's probably about 10 o'clock by the time you guys arrive back in Owensburg.
Who got in whose cab?
It's up to you guys.
If I got in with Parker, I'm on the other side of the cab.
Wouldn't it make sense for like the two groups to go to,
So
I'm
this
just
time you and
saying.
Selena
Yeah.
and then Parker.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that sounds fair.
Yeah. So,
Selena.
Understandable. Probably scares a lot of people. That's okay.
you have a little bit of time to talk over things as you're riding
But,
back.
by the way, he did go back and get his bullets before that happened.
Okay. Yeah, you had...
He didn't leave his bullets. Here's the $5. Make me some bullets. Deuces.
And-
Yeah, it takes about 2 hours for the cab to get to you guys, and then 2 hours to get back.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you have to pay the fare for...
Two trips.
Yeah, two
Yeah.
trips.
On the ride back with Parker.
Mhm.
Parker.
Hmm.
Did you buy a second bottle?
He's going to open up his coat, showing a second bottle in his pocket, like in a pocket on the inside of his coat.
When would you plan on cracking the top on it?
And he just starts opening it up right there in the cab.
Hey, cab driver.
He kind of looks back. Yeah.
Want a shot?
Sure.
While he's driving.
So, okay, on the way back,
We don't condone that.
I'm assuming
No.
me and Benny are not having any pressing conversations.
Kids, don't drink. It's the prohibition. It's illegal.
It's literally illegal.
So,
Yeah.
I'm going to try and make contact with the...
Okay. So you're going to attempt this...
I'm not going to attempt to find, I'm going to attempt to make a connection to him that allows him to speak through my mouth, if that makes sense. Or anything that I can really get.
Kind of like just take control of your.
Yeah, anything that I can really get to get any information of maybe where he is.
Alright. So first off, you're definitely not familiar with this sort of...
I'm just trying my best.
Yeah, I know. You're
I'm not
trying your best.
expecting much.
Yeah.
Doing-
You've kind of heard
I'm
stories
honestly
about...
not expecting this to work.
You've heard stories about this sort of thing before, but since you don't have any experience in this sort of communication, you're going to be rolling with a negative dice.
I don't know.
That's a disadvantage.
Yeah, disadvantage.
Okay.
Means you roll the 10 side again.
Yeah, and take the higher number.
Take the higher number.
Okay. Okay. Worst comes to worst, I just don't make
That's
a
not
connection.
bad.
Doesn't make it anyway.
Oh. That's okay.
Yeah.
No.
98.
No, okay, so
You take a 98.
listen,
You take a 98.
I have a question actually.
Mhm.
Because
Way worse.
these cap out at 50, does that change that at all? Because there's no way possible I could have ever beaten a 98. Because you said that psychic caps out at 50.
Caps out at 50 at creation.
That's what I said, character creation. You can
Okay.
get that
You can go
higher
past
up
it.
Okay.
later on.
Making sure. Cool, nothing happens.
Because
I
I
have
like, you can only do 95.
Do I see anything as she attempts to?
You
Your eyes
have
crossed.
you have the picture, correct? And you're focusing
He
on that.
has it.
Yeah, are you focusing on the picture, or what are you using?
I'm
to
thinking of
focus?
the picture.
Oh, you're thinking of the picture? And you just see her like squeezing her eyes shut and concentrating really hard.
Yep.
You're not really sure what
Are you okay?
like you were getting there,
Axel?
you kind of
sorry.
What?
you kind of feel that fading out, that
Okay.
like the world slipping away, and then you hear, "Are you okay?"
Damn it, Something happened on the train, and I'm not exactly sure myself, but I think I saw a dead person.
Haven't we all?
I've also done opium once. Would that perchance have a lot something to do with the fact that your nose bled that one time?
I believe so, yes.
Mhm. You know you're incredibly pretty, but also incredibly weird.
I don't know what you want me to do. I was just trying to help.
Well, I'll be honest, I'm still coming to terms with the whole sharing a brain bit, so.
Yeah. But you got 10 years to live. I got 1.
Well, we are also running into, apparently a gigantic wolf thing that would probably kill us, so we all may have tomorrow to live.
You're not wrong.
So, you have this conversation, and Parker and Bo, you guys are just drinking it up, right?
Yep.
You're not too much meaningful conversation.
We're getting tired.
Yeah.
Probably
Benny gets literally all the important conversations this session, I guess.
I mean, you are the face, so you do the talking.
I do wanna ask Park, because we're not we're
When
just
shit
kinda
hits the
like-
fan, you'll be in the background.
We're getting a little bit
Go.
It's better than the Star Wars campaign where you were the face and
Yeah,
the guns.
It was really fucking awkward.
I do wanna look at Parker and say that whenever he mentioned the dog, did that bring anything to your mind?
Not much.
Now I will say this. There are definitely commonplace mythologies that come to mind when you're thinking of dogs.
Yeah.
So,
They are
Nighttime.
typically.
I'll say it.
it screams werewolf.
Yeah, I'll say it.
I was gonna say that's probably why he was getting the silver bullets.
Yeah.
Wow, who knew?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Parker's pretty.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that it's lycanthropy.
Yeah.
Of some sort.
Benny reads books.
Although,
Parker
once
lived
again,
in Louisiana.
that being said, that's a fairy tale.
So, you think you heard of it?
To be honest, no, but I'm sure we'll sure your little friends read something on it.
Yeah, probably. I'll drink to that.
I'll
So-
drink to that. Cheers.
You arrive in Ogdensburg,
I'll pass you the bottle.
and is there anything you want to do in town? The library is closed at this hour. It's 10 o'clock at night. The newspaper, same. So, unless there's something else you want to do here, you could get rooms. You could look around town, obviously. But
It's
How-
pretty late.
Are we all getting our own rooms, or?
No, I thought we were all gonna share one bed.
I call metal.
You say that, but
I call Big Spoon.
Sack to back, let's go.
I'll sleep on the couch if we're doing that.
so I take it you all get your own rooms.
Yeah.
Yes, Parker was being.
Yeah. What sort of
facetious.
accommodations are you guys looking for? Decent,
Smoker.
good,
Yes,
Okay at best.
okay at best.
the biggest.
Okay, so Parker goes for the biggest.
Yeah.
You probably end up in entirely different places then.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you're going for all right at best,
yeah.
and you're
I
going
just
for
want
the
somewhere I
best.
can
What about
smoke down.
you, Selena?
You'd probably be the okay. At
I'm not
best.
gonna go biggest,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not gonna go. It's okay.
Right in the middle.
Did you guys ever share notes or anything?
No, we did not.
No.
Okay, cool. So the next morning comes around. You all have your sleep. Despite the accommodations being okay at best, it's still a fairly comfortable bed. It's,
Benny and Bo are road dogs.
yeah, you guys are used to it. So you all wake up the next morning. I take it and meet up somewhere.
I'm going to stop and buy the local newspaper
Okay.
just to see if there's any events going on in Lisbon.
Okay. So yeah, you look through the Ogdensburg newspaper, and it doesn't seem like there are any articles about Lisbon.
Okay.
I'm gonna stop and buy some
Even the one that you
cigarettes.
saw before was dated to September 2nd,
Okay.
which almost a month ago.
That's fair. It was a month ago. It's October 6th right now.
I'm gonna go and buy some cigarettes.
Okay. You get yourself some cigarettes.
I guess we're all gonna meet up for brunch.
Alright.
I say brunch because they're probably hungover.
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
That's why I
So-
drank all my cigarettes last night. So I
So, does anyone have any leads?
we found out at the blacksmith that some people came through and they bought a bunch of silver in what was this at the house that Ian's went to? Is that
No, it was a different thing completely.
these people come in and bought some silver, and then they bought a mold to turn the silver into bullets.
And they live somewhere around the Southwoods?
In a cabin?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be. You wrote their names down, Selena. What are their names?
I have
Henry.
amnesia.
Henry was on there. I know that list.
Henry. What was the girl's name?
Mary.
See, that was right name. Mary, and then the older man.
No, the older one was Henry, and then you have Walter.
And the speakeasy, we found out that they have good whiskey.
Helpful. Well, we discovered that the first person that went missing is a young 14-year-old boy named Wesley Grimes. He also had a dog named Echo,
Didn't know that.
which apparently is
The Grim.
Miss Grimes would not want us to use that word.
Mm.
But yes, that is what we're dealing with. I think the crazy people that bought the silver are just crazy because werewolves don't exist. I think that we can all agree on that, right? Werewolves don't exist.
Yeah.
Cool.
Lifting eyebrows. Like, oh.
Anyways, do you all want to go investigate the? I'm gonna go check out the library before we head back to Lisbon. If you all wanted to go on ahead, feel free to do so.
No,
need
I'll
to-
go with you.
Okay, we do need to check out the cabin. Yes, the cabin. That's the thing we're looking at.
With the crazy people?
Well, yes, with the werewolf people.
Gotcha. You're very loud.
So you go to the library.
Yes.
What books are you going to search through? What information are you looking for?
Look, I'm looking at the Lisbon South Woods.
Mm-hmm.
That's the stuff I'm checking out.
Parker's also going to be going to the library as well.
Cool. What are you looking for? And Bo, you're there as well. Are you looking through the books?
You can't read, can you?
You can. I'm pretty sure you're literate, right?
Barely.
What's your education?
I'm
His education.
35.
35. You're
I'm
mildly literate.
Yeah.
We're
getting there.
Words
Yeah.
are
Okay.
hard sometimes.
Someone's teaching him how to read during downtime. Okay.
Okay, good. Awesome. So I was starting to say, I know his intelligence is high, but his
Yeah.
education is
His
low.
intelligence is higher than
He
mine.
picks on quick, but
Yeah.
he didn't get much of a formal
Yeah.
education.
Think
So I
he
guess
picked
I'm
on-
the-
Or think he picked
I'm
up.
seeing if there's any comics.
Nice. You know what? Fair.
Shadow
Yeah.
existed back then. Yeah, Shadow
Yeah.
existed back then.
There are comics.
Mostly.
Mostly news, like, you go through newspapers, they have the funnies. So, like, archived newspapers, you got their own.
That works.
I'm looking
Family Center.
I'm looking at the actual stuff. I want to focus in on
Dilbert, what's this?
the South Woods stuff.
I
Okay.
also hate Mondays.
Around the South Woods. And
That's
the
gonna be
miss
the next
and the
scripted. Garfield.
and the missing people and the dog type thing in the South Woods of Lisbon.
Alright. So, looking through for anything about specifically the South Woods of Lisbon, I'd like you to make a library use.
Where's that at?
Under laws.
I'm not gonna roll this good. You know what? I'm gonna spend 15 luck to get down there.
Alright. You spend 15 luck.
Heck yeah.
So you do find the books that you're looking for, however, the information contained inside doesn't really strike you as anything too prevalent to what you're looking for necessarily, simply because most of these books were written before the 12 years ago when this started to happen. There are, of course, a couple of newspapers that you find that make mention of the disappearances. The news was definitely more shocking in the first few instances when people started to disappear, and as it continued to happen year by year, the articles got smaller. The mentions.
Can I find the first article where it mentions Wesley going missing?
Mm-hmm. So there's actually, it's like, front page.
Yeah.
Has a big, image of his face, and, it says, like, have you seen me? Essentially, they searched the woods looking for him and never found the remains. You see through several articles, eventually they gave up. But there definitely was an attempt made. People thought he might have run away, run maybe even to Ogdensburg, so they had, hopefully the image would help people see him, but it was never found.
Gotcha.
Okay, so real quick, can Parker be searching through for anything on cryptids? Just very specific, of course. He's looking for werewolf stuff.
Okay.
Anything to do with that. So
All right.
that's a library use as well.
I think those are Parker and Benny's good things. Like, okay, fact, knowledge, research, myths. Let's read the myths.
Yeah. So, because you did get a successful library use, I'm going to give you one tidbit that you didn't already have. During the scouring, while they were looking for him, when they searched the woods, they did find the bloody torn sleeve of his jacket that he was wearing at the time, and his dog's collar.
And do they mention where exactly that was located?
They do give a rough location where it was.
Cool.
Mark that down.
Yeah. Gonna
Okay, so-
jot that down on my little note, my little investigator notepad.
So Parker, being the superstitious one, again looking for anything that may have to do with werewolves. So would that be a library use?
Yeah, library
Okay.
use.
Let's see. I'm gonna do 10 luck to push that to success.
Okay. By the way, just so you know.
Yeah, I didn't pass it
Yeah.
because I used luck.
Yeah. If you use luck, you don't mark it.
That's fine.
Okay. So you spent 10 luck?
Yes.
All right. So you're looking through werewolves, and werewolves are one of those things that even in the 1920s, they're pretty prevalent throughout pulp culture.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes it singularly easy to find information and very difficult to find information.
Yeah.
With a more vague or lesser known sort of creature, you might have, this is definitely what it's weak to. But with a werewolf, it's like, it could be 10 things. Because anyone and their mother has written about werewolves, because, werewolves. So you have a hard time really finding any definite traits to pin down. The only ones that you really come across are the ones that you already know. The weakness to silver, the transformation, the bite that turns you. And that does kind of give you pause. Because with 12 years of disappearances, there haven't been any extra sightings, no bodies.
Yeah.
And if this were a werewolf with 12 years and 4 missing every year, you'd think that there would be more than one, possibly an entire pack.
Yeah, that sucks. So, people in the cabin have been hunting werewolves. It's open season. Great.
It's one interpretation.
Just killing them all.
Just wolves eat the body. Moving on. Nothing weird there.
Great, there's potentially a pack of werewolves. running
So
around
you're all
south
going
woods.
to back to Lisbon?
Although, once again, it does kind of strike you as odd that there's never been a sighting of what you would traditionally think of as a werewolf. There's been the sightings of the Grimm, but nothing bipedal.
So, you're all going back to Lisbon then? I'll miss you while you're gone. I'll stay at the hotel.
I'm gonna once again.
Grab him, pick him up.
I
Let's
never
go.
went into the library.
Did you want to?
No.
Okay.
What did you want to do?
Yeah, what do you two want to do?
He went to the library to read comic books.
Is it cold?
That's true.
Alright, cool. Pump.
In Ogdensburg? No, not really.
No, not cold.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Although it's definitely cold in Lisbon.
Who doesn't own a jacket right now?
I only got it.
Yeah. Then he doesn't.
But I have
But you're a big guy. You
I
can
have
radiate
tough.
your own heat.
I got tough man skin.
Tough man skin.
I'm gonna
I'll
have
recommend-
I don't get cold.
I'm gonna have a cab.
Cold with me.
For everyone.
Alright, so you already have the cab waiting. When you guys get back out of the library with your new information.
Bo is literally dragging Benny as he's just.
Yeah, continue to say.
I don't want to go again. I don't want to go.
So. You all.
I look at Benny. I'm like, Benny, I've learned some of that magic. I'm gonna make you get in the car.
You all take the ride back to Lisbon, another 2 hours, and by this time it's noon. You arrive in Lisbon. I take it you want to go to the cabin.
Yeah.
Well, since we're already here, we might as well go start at the cabin. Does everyone agree?
Yeah.
We could always swing by the speakeasy.
You know what? That's a good idea. I'll go investigate there while you go check out the. While you go check out the cabin.
Pick him up by the shoulders.
No.
Just pick him up so he doesn't even have a choice. His
Gonna
feet
go
aren't
ahead
on
and
the ground.
start walking towards the cabin. While
Okay.
they're doing who knows what.
Alright, so you're all going to head to the cabin. You have the rough location of where it is just on the edge of the South Woods. You got a question?
Benny is in the fucking back.
Okay, Benny is in the back of the group. Now, are you all, I suppose, just walking there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Outside.
So you
I'm
walk.
gonna try to be more pointed towards the front there.
Yeah, Parker and Bo, I'd say, would be in the front as the big buff, big buff Cheeto Puff.
I'm behind the big guy.
Behind the
You're behind me, bro.
In the back, shuffling cards like, as fast as I possibly can.
Who is going to be the one leading the group to try and find it?
Between me or you, bro.
I got a pretty good track.
Now, did we get a picture from those records?
That'd be good.
A picture of the people? No.
Decent
No,
spot.
like
I also have a decent
not
spot
like we
here.
Oh,
got
the
one. Did
cabin.
we happen to see like a
Right.
picture of what the
Decent
cabin looked like?
I do too.
I get we didn't take one
No,
back with
really.
us.
80.
Okay.
It's a little
Something
bit.
like that.
I'm
Yeah,
assuming
that's
though,
okay.
because no one wants to
I'll
live
take it
near the
just in case we
South
take a
Forest,
hit.
that even
I
if
take
there
some
are
damage.
other places around it, only one
have
is
a tough gun.
probably gonna have people.
It's the only house on that road.
Okay.
Yeah, so I want.
Gives you armor?
It's the
Theoretically.
cabin's the only
I'll
house
take
on this
five
road.
points.
Cool.
It's not gonna be that hard to find.
Drop
Cool.
some points on
Yeah.
it. So I'll take point.
Okay, you'll take point?
Yeah.
Alright. So,
You want to beat?
you all walk down the road. You know, it's fairly easy to find the road that you need to take out of town. You know, walk down the road, and at the very end of it, you can see right on the edge of where the trees begin to overtake places where they've been cleared, a rundown looking log cabin. You can see that the windows have been boarded up. You can see that there's no smoke coming out of the chimney. You can see that there are rusted pieces of farm equipment scattered around the entrance that look
I guess I'll just,
unused.
They don't look home. Well, I guess we better leave then,
You can
huh?
also see several strange charms along the front wall, sort of like dream catchers made of bone.
I'll walk
They
up.
don't. They don't look home. We should go. Yes, right.
Calm
Go.
down. Calm down, Betty. I'll walk up and knock.
Question: would it be anything that Parker would recognize being from Louisiana and seeing people practice voodoo? anything?
No.
Okay. Okay.
I'll walk up and
You knock on the door. As you do, you can see the door kind of like opens just a little bit. It looks like it's got a padlock on the front, and it's got a decent bit of give, so you can kind of see through the crack. After a few moments, just silence from inside. Although you do hear what sounds like a barking dog.
I'm not like a doom doom doom.
Yeah, the dog is freaking out inside, but it doesn't seem like it's able to get to the front door. It sounds like it's maybe in the back of the.
So how close is the forest to this cabin? Like, is the cabin right here and the forest is right here? Or is it walking distance away?
You could get to the forest by walking pretty easily. And it's just like right on the edge where the trees start to overtake.
I'm just making sure if I walk around to the back, they're going to be able to see me walking, and I'm not going to have to weave through trees.
No, yeah, you'd be able to.
Cool.
Can I like shoulder walk the door in?
You could certainly try.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I will say this, at a glance. The lock and the latch both look new. They are both made of silver.
It's also attached to wood.
Yeah, it is attached to wood.
That's what kind of.
But the silver, that's just another clue to the whole. They're buying silver.
Yeah. If you guys want to investigate the exterior of the cabin, you're more than welcome.
I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to walk around, making sure I'm in eyesight of at least one person.
Alright.
In case if I get stolen.
What's the situation over there, Bo?
So, I want you to roll a spot hidden for me.
It's up to you if you want to push it 6.
Sure, I'll push it 6.
So she's going to use 6 luck. So it's just a flat success.
Alright, so first things that you would see just at a glance without needing to really roll. There are multiple different charms of some sort strung around the outside of the house. Seems like there's one on each corner, one hung over the door. They look like dream catchers, which you've probably seen before. Intricately made hawk feather and what looks like it may be deer bone. But also, around the edge,
Or missing
in a
bone.
circle round the entire cavern, is some sort of intricate pattern that is sort of embedded into the ground from bone. You kind of like look, move some of the grass away, look a little closer. It looks like it's been here for a while. It's kind of trodden down into the dirt, but it looks like some sort of sigil or pattern that was stuck into the ground using small bones, probably from things like squirrels and rabbits.
Well, I want to put my brass knuckles on, and
Also in the back there is a cellar as well.
So you said the dog was coming from the back?
Yeah, sounds like the dog.
In the house, though? Or from the backyard?
As you get to the back, you can hear it barking. It sounds like it's in the cellar.
Does it look mad?
You don't
You
see
can't-
it. Yeah, there's like a cellar trapdoor. It sounds pissed.
I'm saying, does it sound mad?
It sounds pissed.
well, I'm gonna put my brass knuckles on and run through the door.
Okay. So you run to the door. Make a quick strength check for me.
Probably.
The door doesn't look old, by the way. The door looks like it
We're
might be
going
the
for it.
newest thing on the cabin. That and the lock.
To pass.
Just a pass?
Just a pass.
Alright, so you ran into it with your shoulder. You stumble back. It's a sturdy door.
I did it.
Do you want me to just unlock it? I am, after all, a master of unlocking. That's a Resident Evil reference. Cool.
Pains a Resident Evil reference.
I'm gonna lift up my checkered coat and dig into one of the hidden pockets and pull out a lock picking set.
Alright.
Parker, what the fuck's a Resident Evil?
We're here. I'm gonna just. Does someone mind making sure that I don't get jumped while I'm doing this?
That's why I got the knuckles on.
Okay, I'm gonna go to lock pick the.
Alright. Go ahead and roll that.
That is a hard success.
Alright, so
Okay.
after a few moments, you slide the turning pin in, as well as the piece that you use to move the tumblers.
Yeah.
You slowly move each into place, listening for the click and feeling it as well. And after probably about half a minute, you pull the padlock down, and it comes off. Pull it off the door, the latch opens up. You can now go inside.
I'll go in first.
I want to step back. Cool, the door's open. You guys can go in first, though.
I'll open the door. Should someone
Parker shoves Benny through before him.
So,
can we message or
Message.
whatever we want to call
His
it?
message.
I want to whatever we want to call that. We'll tell Selena
Psychic tell.
Psychic tell her that we're going into the house now.
alright, so you may hear them say that. So, the interior looks like your typical hunting cabin. You have your fireplace currently empty. You have 3 different beds, set up around the room. Their personal effects, most likely in the chests at the foot of the bed. The most striking thing that catches your attention upon entering is the large wooden table in the center of the room, where there is a detailed map stretched out across.
Is there anything else that I can see, like looking around?
Glancing around, you would see that by one of the beds there is a small nightstand with what looks to be a journal.
If you want to do a rough sketch of the map and read that journal.
I want to go read the map. See where that is.
So you look at the map.
I'm gonna go ahead for the journal.
Okay, you head for the journal.
Parker's probably standing at the door, standing watch.
Yeah, you
Listening.
kind of keeping an eye out on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Looking down at the map, you can see that it would appear to be a detailed map of the Southwoods. You can see that there are about 3 different locations with circles around them. No annotations as to what those might mean, but there's also about 6 different places that have X's on the map.
And from us, is it like close by?
From where you are,
Yeah, is there like a spot?
Mhm.
Can we like figure out where we are?
yeah, you can figure out about where
You are here.
Yeah. You're like on the
Red
top
circle.
edge of the map.
So, as I'm heading, does it look like if this place has been used recently?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
They're probably just out at the moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the journal then.
Okay. You go to the journal.
Yeah.
So
Do a quick.
you open it up.
Yeah.
Start looking through it.
Wisdom saving throw.
You don't speak this language.
Do what? What'd you say?
Does
You
it-
don't speak this language.
It's not English.
It's not English. And what other languages do you know how to read? Any?
Bits of Latin, maybe.
Yeah, it's not Latin.
Yeah, no. Bits and pieces of, because that's like a magic thing.
Mhm.
Like you understand like phrases of Latin.
Parker knows
Yeah.
French.
Yeah.
Thank you, Louisa.
Does anyone else understand this?
Or I guess Parker's just gonna kind of glance over and step in to kind of see it.
Mhm.
I assume it's not in French.
Actually, it is.
Oh, thank God!
So,
So, reading through, just to give you kind of the footnotes, it is the journal of someone who is writing in very broken French. It's clearly a language they don't know very well. They don't ever write down why exactly they don't write in whatever native language they may speak, but you can tell this is not their first language. It's just, plastered all over. I'm sure you guys have read things from people who don't speak native English. You can
we've
tell.
been on the internet.
It's obvious, yeah. You've been on the internet. You can tell when somebody's not writing their
we
native language.
love you long time.
Yeah, exactly. But despite it being broken French, you can still kind of make out what they're going for. It is the journal of someone named Henry Adler.
Je suis Henry Adler.
And you get the impression that he doesn't fully trust his companions from what you read. You also pick up a few key phrases here and there, and a very notable lack of any mention of a werewolf. Instead, you find several references to something called Ithaqua.
Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
I don't know, but we're gonna find out. I'm gonna write that down. How do you spell that?
It's, and I may be butchering this because
I can Google
I
it.
think it's ITHAQUA.
I'll Google it later and we'll see.
So what?
Obviously, don't Google too much.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Did you find anything?
Yeah, he's some guy talking about and I don't know this word. It's not French.
There are also a few words of this that are French, but you've never necessarily.
Encountered them in
Yeah.
an everyday use, I'd say.
What word is that?
Yeah, I don't know. You read it. Ithaqua?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Nope.
Okay. So he's going to just kind of make a face and keep flipping through and just...
The Foot Locker chests, correct? Are they locked?
Yes.
While he's doing
So-
that, Parker's probably just relaying just what's going on
Yeah.
about. He doesn't seem to really trust his partners, but I'm not getting much else.
Selena, what are you doing? You're at the cellar.
It's locked.
It is locked.
The dog sounds bad.
The dog sounds mad.
Very mad.
Calm down.
Charm the puppy.
What else is in the backyard? Anything?
Not really, no.
Is there a back door? To the house was
No,
that cellar?
no, it's just a single door and then the cellar door.
I'm going to say out loud because I don't care if anyone hears me. There's a cellar back here. There's a dog in it. He doesn't sound too happy though, but it's locked anyway.
I
That's about it though.
I want to walk back there.
Since
not
you're
a bear,
kind of
but-
focusing on the cellar door, you would notice that it looks sturdy, it looks new, and you're fairly certain that it's at least plated with silver.
I'm too busy
I'm
with
gonna relay all of that.
I'm too busy with the Foot Lockers right now. Do I have to roll for that? I'm gonna roll for all these Foot
Yeah,
Lockers.
yeah, go ahead.
While he's doing that, I'll be heading back to the cellar.
That's a 3.
Okay, so with that, I'll say that you get all of them, just because if you're just taking your time, then you're gonna get through them. You know what I mean?
Question, real quick.
I'm a speed locksmith. What are you talking about?
With the skill language,
I got tricks.
Mm-hmm.
it says language owned education. That I would just input my education score into that, correct?
So you don't have any actual points in second language, do you?
Not technically, no.
Okay.
But I mean, he lives in. He's Cajun. Not he himself is not born Cajun, but he lived a good portion of his life in the bayou.
It's like Benny knowing sorta Latin.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've read a tarot card. It's good for business.
Exactly.
So essentially, the way that it works is language own is the language you speak natively, which I take is probably English, not French, right?
Yeah.
And then you would actually be spending points in the second language.
Okay.
So you don't speak French.
I think, Brian, will you let it slide that he speaks French because he lives in fucking Louisiana and has lived in Louisiana for probably 15
I'll let it
years.
slide because also during character creation you didn't actually know that you needed to spend points in it. But if it ever comes up again, you're gonna be doing some rolls.
Okay.
We'll say
what would the base-
your base is going to be half of your education because it's a language that you grew up with.
Okay. That's fine.
All right. So you've gotten all the foot lockers open. Not really much here unless you want to go ahead and steal the money that's inside. It's just personal effects.
Just
The-
lock him back.
No other journals. There are a couple of charm necklace type things in one of the lockers. The one from Henry Adler.
You know what? No, just lock it.
All right.
Keep him. Lock it.
And these locks were pretty easy to pick.
Yeah.
They were nowhere near as sturdy as the one that you.
I guess So you need me to unlock a door, correct?
Possibly, but again, the dog sounds really mad, and he sounds really big.
Well, Bo can go first.
I'm already on my way back there.
I guess I'll wander
So
up.
I'm assuming they're gonna come back to the backyard. So I'm gonna pull out my gun.
Alright, you pull out your gun.
Cause I don't know how big this dog is.
You had bullets for those guns, correct? Because you both have the same type of gun. It's
Yeah,
just your
she's-
basic
Yeah. He has
22.
He has 20 silver bullets.
Also, I'm gonna take off my heels
Okay.
and stuff one in one pocket,
Mm-hmm.
other in the other pocket.
Alright. So yeah, take your heels
What you
off, get
gotta
your
do?
gun ready, get ready for action.
Just in case I
You're
gotta
gonna pick
run,
the
I can
lock.
run.
I got the nuts on there.
31, which is a hard success.
Hard success. Yeah, it's
Where were
easy.
you when I was talking to McCown?
Yeah. You easily pick the lock. Despite this one being actually more impressive than the one on the front door, you get some help from Bo to open these doors. They're heavy. They've been essentially
second they're
coated
like-
in silver.
The second they're like mostly open,
Mm-hmm.
I'm backing up.
Alright. You look down the stairs, which descend into darkness, and you can hear the dog barking madly now. Just furious.
Is it dark? Did
Yeah.
you say darkness?
Yeah, there's no light down there.
I'm gonna pull out my lighter.
Alright, you pull out your lighter.
I'm going to go
Click it
back
on.
to the main room to see if there's like a lantern or anything.
Doesn't look like it.
Can I roll a spot hidden to double check? Could there be one in one of the effects? If I unlock those locks again.
I'm gonna say you probably would have searched through those pretty well, and you know for a fact there are no torches.
I'm gonna flip my
No
lighter
torches
and
are
start to
lit.
walk down.
I
Alright.
could get a brand trap cloth around it and light the cloth on fire.
So you start heading down?
Yep.
Yeah, Benny's already walked off at this point.
Yep.
Are you two doing anything, Parker? Selena?
I'm going to stand kind of close to the door, but not close enough to where if the dog jumps out, I don't have room to back up.
Okay.
But I'm not going to go in this.
Okay.
Parker is still standing watch, just kind of listening.
Alright.
Making sure that he doesn't hear
Bo,
voices. And
you
footsteps.
descend into darkness alone.
Really quick, I'm going to tap in.
Foolish!
I'm going to
Foolish!
tap in and try to like dim them two out and only focus on him.
Okay.
In case, if something bad happens, I might be able to hear him better.
Yeah, you'll be able to hear it.
I guess Parker is
You
listening.
dummy! Do you know what game we're
This is Pulp
playing?
Cthulhu. This is
Each-
bad.
Each step lets out an audible creak, sounding like a scream. As you find yourself at the base of the stairs, you can see your lantern dimly lighting.
That's a lighter.
Or not, yeah, sorry, your lighter dimly illuminating a room roughly the same size as the cavern. And in the center of the room, you see a circle made of bone on the floor that seems to have some sort of intricate pattern. The bones look like they've also been dipped in silver. Hanging from the ceiling in the center of this strange runic circle, you can see two massive shackles coming down from the ceiling. In the very back, you can see a large brown dog. Looks like it may be a German Shepherd, chained up and, tugging at as it barks furiously, and like the saliva just flying off its face. It's like in a rage now, trying to get at you, but it's got this, thick chain around its neck.
So as I see all this,
You can also see, the ceiling is adorned with various different bone runes like dream catchers throughout here.
can I take off the nuts and try to grab them and do like something like this with the bones with silver on it? Kind of making a
We move between-
making a
So
dome.
you're taking apart the circle?
Is just not the only bones covered with silver?
They're in an intricate
Yeah,
pattern.
they're
in the
essentially
center.
in a large, intricate pattern on the floor. What? So, the picture, by the way, yes, it is of a black dog.
Okay.
So, it does seem like Echo was a black dog. It does fit the description.
Not a
So, as far as the bone circle, it is the only parts that are silvered are the ones that have the rune on the floor. The large, intricate
I'll just kind of
patterns
be like,
constructed. So you could definitely take one of those if you wanted to, but you'd be breaking the circle.
I'm gonna relay like everything that I've seen / doggo in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Is my
So-
pocket knife silver?
So looking at the picture of Echo, not a German Shepherd.
No, not a German Shepherd.
Not a German Shepherd. That's not Echo. That is not the dog we are looking for.
So I'm gonna relay back that I see like some weird circle of silver bones, and we have a dog slobbering out of its mouth and chained up to the corner. It looks like it wants to bite my face.
So I'm gonna go ahead and walk down then.
Okay.
Knowing that it's kind of safe. Kind of safe.
Do you need me down there?
Nah, you can stay up there, man.
Cool.
So, as you're saying this, as you descend down into the cellar, Parker, you're
Yes.
keeping lookout, right?
Yes.
Roll me a quick spot hidden.
Okay. Would it be that or a hidden? Or not a hidden, a listen.
Spot hidden.
Okay. Alright.
I'm good at that.
Alright, that is a hard success.
Hard success.
Yes.
All right. You can see in the far distance, down the narrow dirt path that
Mhm.
leads here, the glint of metal. Something moves down the road.
Alright, so he's going to close the door. Oh no, wait, he's in the back of the cellar. He's going to use telepathy to talk to them and just be like, hey, did anyone close the door? Because looks like we've got
I
company.
think I'm still
coming
in
down
there,
the road."
right?
Yeah, you're still up.
I'll go out, close the door, and lock the padlock,
Mm-hmm.
and then book it into the woods.
Book it into the woods.
Into the
Yeah.
woods.
Alright.
Not
I
into
guess
the back of
I'm-
the house.
I'm
You
Book
two
it.
are already in the cellar.
running
Yeah,
out.
I'm gonna book
Okay,
it
so you got a
into the
glimpse of the
woods.
cellar once again.
Try to hide in the
Runic
woods.
pattern on the floor in a circle. Reminds you of the one around the house, although much more intricate, much better constructed. Looks like they took more time with this. And 2 large manacles hanging from the ceiling. They look like they're also silvered.
Can someone draw that pattern in their handy dandy?
Probably not if you're trying to get out of here.
I'm gonna try to commit it to memory as much as I can in the quickness that I have.
Right.
I'm saying bang.
Yeah, we're talking a pretty intricate pattern. You get, it's a circle with some loops.
It's like
really.
there's a smiley face. in
I'm
the
gonna
corner.
go out into the wood, maybe like 20, 30 feet.
Uh-huh.
I want to try to look at what that thing is coming
Okay.
down the road.
So you run out into the woods. You
I guess
two,
I'm
or just
trying to
you,
be
get out of the cellar.
bow out.
Okay, so the 2 of you out of the cellar.
I got the.
Yeah.
Everybody books it into the woods.
I'm going
I'll
to.
shut the-
yeah, sure. So we're shutting the cellar and locking it back.
Okay. So
I'm booking it.
you get back out into the woods. How far out do you guys go?
But I'm going about 30 feet.
I'll go 15.
Yeah.
I'll go
I'm doing
20.
20. Yeah.
Alright. So you're still out at the woods. So that puts you probably about, I'd say 300 feet from the cabin itself when you're actually in the woods and not, just there's a tree or 2 dotted here.
Yeah.
So, you've got enough underbrush and enough, large trees that you can hide behind out here pretty easily. You would see after about 5 minutes a car pulls up, stops in
Lay
front of the
low.
cabin. You see the doors open. You see 3 figures step out. You see a young man with just basically a bald head. Looks fairly young though. They're all dressed similarly, just in the typical attire of the day. You see an older man with a longer face. He strikes you as possibly being Native American. And the last, a woman who is wearing just a casual dress, typical attire. And all 3 of them have hooded lanterns, which are currently just at their side, and you can see that the woman has a hunting rifle strapped to her. And they start making their way towards the cavern, just having conversation.
To the front door or to
Can
the side?
I? No, I probably won't be able to hear
Do I
anything from that far away.
see? Do I see anything specific on them?
Yeah, does anything stand out?
Aside from the rifle, the hunting rifle,
Mhm.
hooded lanterns, and not really, no.
Do I get any like particular vibes from them? Like kind of like watching like mannerisms and stuff.
No, not really.
You are not helping me increase these stats.
I mean, if you're trying to roll a psychology, that's more like having a conversation
Yeah.
with someone and seeing if they're
I
lying.
mean, it's like body
Are they
language
talking?
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but body language,
Are they
they're
like-
just having conversation.
Are they like talking?
If you want to roll a psychology, you can.
I'm willing to
Try.
I'm willing
Shit,
to
I will
roll it
try.
because what's the worst that can
I will
happen?
move closer.
Yeah.
That is a success. 28.
Success?
Yep.
Alright. You would see that the youngest of the group looks excited. And the older man, the one that kind of strikes you as Native American, looks tired and kind of maybe a bit annoyed by the guy who's, kind of like waving his hands around excitedly.
I'm gonna quietly like whisper and like send my psychic power out and be like, I think I might have found the 3 people we were looking for.
Are they currently talking to each other?
Yeah.
Would we be close enough to
Who's
hear? Would the sound carry enough that we could strain and try and hear?
You do catch one phrase spoken by the one who looks very excited. He keeps saying something, but you definitely catch tonight. Aside from that,
Not much.
not much.
Are they walking
A
really
little
fast?
too far away earlier.
So if I walk closer,
Mm-hmm.
by the time I get close enough to maybe read their lips, maybe,
Uh-huh.
are they gonna already be inside?
Probably. They pulled up, and you've got a...
Well, maybe I can kind of sneak up a little close with you and throw like a rock.
Or we could just let them go.
No.
We can
I mean, just
go
to try
back to the library and
What-
see what those ruins mean.
I mean, well, that's we're just trying to listen to see if we can get any more information. We don't need to.
I mean, don't you have
Didn't we come here to talk to them?
yeah, if you wanted, we can wait for them to go inside and then knock on the door that you just showed up. That's what I would do.
I suggest.
I mean, even if we do sneak up and just try to get some, we can still knock on the door.
And if someone wants to sneak up, that can be their thing.
I think maybe we should try to kind of sneak up, see if we can get anything. I'll do a distraction.
Well,
you can
I'll
sneak
just-
up.
I'll just go talk to them, and that'll be the distraction.
Trying to increase my stats, chill
And I guess I'm just gonna walk out and like try to make sure that there's no like
Mm-hmm.
tree leaves on me.
Yeah. Alright, so you just walk out, go towards the door?
Yeah, are they gone?
Yeah, they're gone.
They're
at
inside.
this point. Yeah. As you're walking out of the woods, headed towards the door, you see one of them come out.
Okay.
It's the older man. He starts walking towards around the back, and then he spots you. You've come out of the woods at this point.
Yeah.
You're headed towards the
Yeah.
house, but you're distinctly coming from the woods.
Yeah.
See, okay, that's what I was gonna say. We
So
need
say-
to walk further down and make it look like we're coming up the road, but what ifs?
Hello there, friend.
You see him stop, kind of like shield his eyes against the sun. Hello. Who are you?
Well, the name is Benedict Pemberton. I'm from the Times.
See him kind of glance back, glance towards the cellar, then look at you. Oh, really? What do you want?
Well, we're doing a report, journalism things, of course, about the disappearances in the southwards of Lisbon. and we got sent your way.
We already talked to the sheriff. We had nothing to do with that. We've only been here for almost a year now.
We're not accusing you of anything. You live in the area, maybe you've seen some of the things going on. We're not accusing you of it. We just, want your firsthand knowledge of, what happens around the area.
He takes a moment to... Seems like he's looking you over, trying to get a, cut of who you are. Then he starts walking closer. He doesn't really talk until he gets up near you. Do you allow him to approach?
Yep.
All right. As he gets closer, you don't see any firearms on him,
No.
but you do see a very large, intimidating-looking curved blade at his side.
It's a pretty big knife you got there, friend.
Yes, I use it for hunting. Now, as far as the disappearances go, like I told the sheriff, we don't have anything to do with it. I would say it's probably the wildlife.
Well, have you heard the rumors surrounding the Grim?
I've heard them, but I don't put much stock in it.
Is he lying?
Roll a psychology.
63.
63.
Yeah.
He's hard to read.
Yeah.
His expression doesn't change much.
It's weird you say that because, we did a lot of investigating in Lisbon proper, before we came down here, and you bought a lot of silver from the blacksmith.
We like nice things.
And we're like,
While they're talking, I'm gonna start walking this way away
Mhm.
from the house.
So
and
it
I-
makes it look like you're not.
And I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with her.
Okay. So about this time, you guys would be able to approach from a different direction.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
You see his hand drop subtly towards the side where the knife is as he sees them come out of the woods. You have friends.
Yes, I do. They keep sending all these journalists. Too many cooks in the kitchen, as they say.
Are we up to where they are now?
You're getting closer.
Okay. I'll wait.
His voice drops. We don't like people poking around in our business. We bought this cabin for privacy's sake. I won't answer any of your questions.
just to let it be known, Parker is probably moving to the edge of the trees, not right out, but moving to the edge and readying a gun just in case.
Which gun?
His handgun.
His handgun.
Yes,
Do you already have the silver bullets loaded?
probably. Yeah,
Okay.
I'd say.
Did we approach by this point?
Yeah, you've got it.
Well,
No. Is everything okay here?
I was just telling your friend that we paid for this cabin for privacy, and we would like to keep it that way.
I'm just
What
going
did-
to. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you're fine.
Did you answer my friend's question?
I have no reason to.
I'm going to walk up
Mhm.
and just kind of stick up my hand, be as friendly as possible, and just stick up my hand and say, "Hi, my name's Selena. I didn't mean for us to get out on the wrong foot."
did he turn around when she did that?
Oh, probably not. They're approaching from one direction and you approach from the other, but he's kind of like keeping
Okay.
to either side.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll hold out my hand and say, "Hi,
Yeah.
my name's Selena. I didn't mean for us to come out on the wrong foot. We totally, respect your privacy.
Mhm.
We were just wondering because we feel like we've gotten as much information as we can from the town, and this cabin, and you all were our last stop, and we are trying to gather as much information for our paper."
He looks down at your hand, which you offer to him for a long moment. Then takes it, shakes it. His grip is firm, his hand is calloused and much larger than yours.
Daddy.
I'm a lot.
He says, not to come off as rude, but we've had too many visitors already, and it's dangerous.
I'm a lot of cigarette. And I'll blow smoke in his face, but slow smoke. And so, if you're so innocent, why can't you answer the questions?
Don't.
It's
But-
good to call back.
Don't mind him. He's
Benny just bashing his head.
Oh,
Don't
no.
mind him. He's had a slightly bad day. We completely understand if you've had a lot of visitors, but we are just trying our best
He's
to
fine.
make a good paper as possible, and anything you can offer us is welcome.
So, when you blow the smoke in his face, it just kind of like rolls up against it.
Not like
His expression remains...
like a
Yeah. But his expression remains stoic and unchanged. He just gives you a long, hard look. And then, without looking to you, he responds, "What I will offer is that you stay as far from the South Woods as you can and write about something safer. City folk die in the South Woods."
Good
And
thing.
I assure you that if we could write something else, such as all of the nice speakeasies and nice restaurants in New York, we would absolutely be there. Unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. Here we are, in the woods. I got my nice shoes dirty. Just please tell us something that we can take back.
He's
Also-
still shaking my hand.
No,
The
he
whole
let go.
time. I don't think
Yeah,
we
the
ever
entire
let go.
time.
Yeah.
No,
also,
he let go.
Okay.
Also, 3 of the 4 of the crew are Southerners, like country bumpkins.
Well, I wouldn't say Benny's
My
a
problem is the place that I live. I
Well,
looked
I
it
mean-
up, doesn't really have an accent. So I was
But-
like, okay, I'll sit
Yeah.
down.
something.
As you're saying this, you can see one of the others that went into the cabin, kind of like looking around. It's the woman. Her rifle's on slung, it's in her hands.
Parker's leveling his gun at her just in case.
I'll look at her and say,
She's actually, you're still at the woods, right?
Yeah.
Same position you were?
Yeah.
You can't see her. She's
Oh.
blocked by the house.
Oh.
I'll
But, okay.
I'll look at her and say,
She came from the front door.
Yeah, she came from the
You
front
were at
door.
the
You're
front
at the
door.
back door. No, you were back towards the cellar. Unless you moved up with them.
No, he stood.
Oh, I moved to
He
the edge
stood
of the
guard.
woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, you moved to the
Yeah,
edge.
you didn't move up, so
Yeah,
you
you
don't
didn't
have
move
to-
up
you
with
don't have
them.
to- you don't have a shot.
So you are basically, you can
No,
see
I
the
moved to
cellar.
the edge of the woods.
it's still.
Wait,
it's not
wait,
still-
like you can't. You don't
It's
have
like-
a
Yeah,
shot.
they moved
Yeah.
it
Still like
down, so it
300
didn't
feet.
seem like they came.
That's
to
fine.
us.
Okay.
I'll look at her and
Yeah,
say,
that makes
yeah.
sense.
it's okay. We're not here for trouble.
So,
Can I, noticing, like, hearing they're speaking to someone else, can Parker mentally kind of ask, like, somebody give me an update, what's happening?
so you ask that, and he is looking at you. If you want something, then tell the citizens of Lisbon to guard their homes with silver, and don't go into the South Woods at night until we are done.
Done with what exactly?
I've already said too much.
Let's go, Benny.
It's interesting that you mentioned the silver because you were the one that said that you didn't take much stock in the rumors.
Of a Grim? No.
But werewolves.
You see just a smirk break across his face. City folk. He then starts to walk away.
Friend, do you believe in werewolves?
He just kind of like waves his hand at you dismissively.
Parker's going to...
What's that underneath the cellar, friend?
I'm walking away. Away, other direction, away from both of them.
I'm
gone.
He stops for a moment, then glances back at you.
I'm gonna flip the cigarette.
Wow, glittering.
Bitch.
The
No.
sea
You
turtles.
haven't
No,
invaded
no.
our property, have you?
Can we hear the barking?
I
from where we're at?
plead.
Yeah, the dog's still going crazy.
Yeah, I was like,
It's
what's
probably the
barking?
reason he left the house, was to go check why the dog is freaking the fuck out.
I mean,
Because we're snooping.
we didn't go into the cellar, but we can still hear the dog.
We have a dog. It's an angry dog.
In the cellar.
Yes.
It's an angry dog. We keep it in the cellar because if we let it in the house, it will tear the house up.
Can I roll another psychology check to see if he's lying?
Sure.
Please do better. Oh my god, push. Push.
Alright, so how are you going to push it?
Like, I guess I'm going to take a step closer up to him,
Mm-hmm.
and like, normally it's like subtle, like
Mhm.
looking, like visibly eyeing him up and down, like,
Mhm.
you know, mentalist style,
Yeah.
trying to see if he's lying. Oh, thank God, 9. that's an extreme success.
Getting lucky with
that's
the-
an extreme success.
Getting lucky with the pushes. As you step closer, you can see his stoic demeanor breaks for a moment. You get a little too close, a little too personal. And you don't know for certain he's lying, although you do kind of have an idea that there's something more going on in the cellar. You've been down there. You don't necessarily need proof of that, but he looks a little bit unnerved when you get this close, and you definitely get the feeling that there's more to it. More to...
Now, I'm going to ask you one more time. What's in the cellar?
Make...
Which I believe would
Yeah.
be the first time they hear
Yeah.
not Benny's normal voice.
Yeah.
Make a negotiation.
Persuasion?
Yeah. Persuasion.
the second I
Give
hear
yourself
that,
a boost dice.
I stop, turn around, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
That's a 56.
That's a 6.
So that's an extreme.
He looks over at the woman and says, "Go back inside, I have this. They are no threat."
I want to step up next to Benny.
He leans in close and he says, "We are trying to do this town a service. There is a beast in the woods. A beast that came here 12 years ago and feeds on the townsfolk. It's always hungry. It comes out in the winter and makes the days cold. You do not want to fight this beast. You don't even want to see it. It's much worse than a werewolf."
And I'm just going to look.
Parker's going to.
Well, I was
going
I was-
to remind him of the word.
Yeah.
Which is what?
Ithaqua.
Yeah.
Ithaqua. We think.
We're well aware of what this is, and we're here to help.
He looks you over and looks Benny over and looks her over.
Parker sitting in the woods. Yo.
"I cannot in good conscience send you into the woods to die. You may have the best of intentions, but you're not prepared to fight it. We are."
Just look at him and go, Parker?
Alright. Would I be able to shoot the strap holding his knife?
Okay, I will tell you the odds of this. You're going to be
Okay.
rolling an extreme difficulty.
Oof, that's not good odds.
And if you fail, you might hit him. You might just shoot him.
I mean,
Please no.
okay.
Please do not no.
Okay.
Oh shit.
But you can certainly try.
I
Mm.
suggest we know.
Yeah. I don't think.
I was expecting you to come out of the woods. That was my plan.
I'm gonna show
Oh, that'd be
off.
fun.
Yeah, I want to be fun. Okay, so Parker's going.
Hey, it could go well.
Yeah. Parker's going to stand up and brush himself off and step out of the woods.
So you step out of the woods, still carrying the pistol. He glances over at you and say, "One more to your number does not change my opinion of your preparedness to take this beast down."
By this point, I'm already walking back over there because it doesn't seem as scary now.
We know that we're looking for
Ithaqua.
Ithaqua? Is that what you're calling him? I keep sliding in. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He looks at you incredulously, like a man who's speaking madness.
Yeah.
You are not looking for Ithaqua. The beast that we seek is a Wendigo, the servant of Ithaqua.
So have I heard him say several times that you are not prepared to fight this thing?
Yes.
So it's like, let's go home.
Then prepare us.
Montage! Training montage!
Well, I'll be honest with you. I am not the combat-oriented one of our little friend group. Honestly, I almost peed myself just then. But unfortunately, we have been tasked with a job, and if that involves hunting down a Wendigo, then that's what we're doing. Unless you guys change your mind.
I'm gonna say in my
No,
mind.
okay. Wendigo.
I'm gonna say in my mind really quickly, just to them. I don't believe this is Annabelle.
No, but
Oh well.
Charles did tell us to report any strange incidents and that she would be
A strange incident.
It
It would stop the fur.
I say we fuck the Wendigo up.
At first, I thought you weren't going to add the up.
Me either. I was like, I don't
I'm gonna fuck the Wendigo.
I don't want to do that.
Either or.
Or we can
you're
go
not part of this
home.
one.
Consider it a job well done. It's not what we're looking for.
Are you having this
So Benny
conversation
says
out loud?
Wendigo.
I'm just gonna look at him and say, well, either way, we have to at least find this thing. So, any tips that you can give that can help us not die would be helpful.
You are clearly persistent.
I want to go home.
And nothing I say seems to deter you, even though I tell you, if you hunt it, you will die. So,
I am definitely.
I will give you a map with clear conscience, marking its lair. We found it recently. We were planning to hunt it soon. But if you would like, yes. If you would like to go ahead, the worst you could do is weaken the beast.
Is there any? Spare silver that you can loan us?
We've used all the silver, and we need the bullets we have.
Do you have any tips to help us fight it, maybe?
Why don't we join you on your hunt?
I would not be able to convince the others.
Then let us convince him.
You see him glance away at this. He shakes his head. You would not be able to convince them. She has an ill temperament. If you tried to suggest that you come along, she would most likely try it. Shouldn't you? She would most likely be very angry with me for even telling you as much as I have.
Well, we wouldn't want her to be angry at you.
However, if you would like me to go along as a guide, I would be willing to do that much.
You know, what I suggest is you go in my stead and I stay at the cabin. Sounds like a planned break! And like start walking to the cabin.
I can walk over and pick him up. Are you sure that it would be safe for the other two in the cabin if you came with us?
I'm not the one with the gun.
Would she be upset? She sounds like someone I don't want to make mad.
He glances back at the cabin. Perhaps.
Well, let's go quickly.
Yes. And he begins to walk into the woods.
Alright. Go team, let's go. Woo!
Okay,
Last one. Probably being drugged by Bo.
Question.
Sorry, go ahead.
never mind.
No, go ahead.
Throwing back.
So, as you walk into the woods, you would get a short distance out when you hear a woman's voice yelling, Henry! 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 Just progressively more angry.
She doesn't sound very happy, friend.
Are you sure this is okay?
It's not.
Well, then we
I
need
don't
to hurry.
trust either of them. They said that they planned to kill the beast, but I've seen what's in the cellar.
And what would that be?
I don't believe she wants to kill it. I believe she was trying to bind it. However, I hoped that I could kill it before they would have the chance. Perhaps you all will be able to help me with this.
What? Could you explain binding?
Well, you see there's rope and there's...
Like tie it up or?
Force the creature into servitude under her will.
That doesn't sound like a good idea.
and safe words are involved.
Okay. Well, apparently we need the hustle team.
So, you pick up the pace moving through the woods. He's ducking and weaving with the expertise of a seasoned woodsman. It's kind of hard to keep up. He's definitely setting a pace that is not an easy one to follow for city folk. And, you know, you're getting like branches in your hair, step through a couple cobwebs.
Are most of us actually city folk though?
Definitely city folk.
Selena.
You're from Louisiana.
Nolans.
Yeah.
New Orleans.
In and out of the city. And I mean, you're a little bit more traveled, but you also definitely don't go out into the woods every other day.
This is true. Bo's the one keeping up.
I grew up on the bayou.
So,
Oh, it means I'm gonna lag behind.
Oh,
as you continue
he's like,
in the woods, you're barefoot, by the way.
Oh yeah, that is.
You're
If I'm
barefoot.
gonna run, I need to run.
You're stepping on
good.
pine cones and shit. It's awful.
ow.
It's a bad time.
As you continue into the woods, the temperature drops noticeably.
Hmm.
It goes from being a nice, roughly 40-some-odd degrees to closer to 30.
My feet are freezing.
Yeah, it's getting pretty chilly as you move further in.
So probably I'm freezing. My feet are probably hurting.
Yeah.
So I'm probably lagging behind.
All right.
Quite a good
Um,
portion.
I'm gonna go back and offer to carry her to the best of my ability.
All right.
Gentlemen.
I'm not very strong, but I'll certainly try.
How tall is your character? Yours?
5'6".
I'm 5'3".
Yeah.
Piggyback it.
I thought you were 5'6".
That's with heels on.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Do you take up the offer?
I mean, you can certainly try it. Please don't drop me, though.
The strength check.
Yeah.
Am I a little lighter?
Actually, more of a constitution. It's easy enough to pick her up.
There's no such thing as strength.
Where's the strength?
Well, yeah. Sorry, but like, there's not.
But you can roll the
Yeah,
base.
a plus.
So roll a constitution, more for being able to carry her for an extended period of
16.
time.
I want to put 10 luck in
All right.
to make it a pass.
Spend that.
Yeah, I want to make it a pass.
All right. So you're surprised. He does manage to carry you, although he's definitely huffing and puffing. Nice thing about this is it warms you up.
Yeah.
So, after walking through the woods for about an hour and a half, as you continue to get deeper and deeper, you make your way across different hills and dips, alcoves in the land.
Are we sure we don't want to turn back now?
We're almost there.
I'm very tired.
I can't get
No, it's fine. I've got it.
okay.
It would be best to catch the beast as it's slumbering. It mostly is active during the night hours. And after this journey through the woods, you find yourselves at the entrance to a cave. The entrance is fairly small. Looks like it's going to be a squeeze to get through. You can see that there are several trees that have been uprooted and laid across the entrance as a form of what looks like camouflage. It's hard to see until you get right
Is
up.
there any like markings or like footprints or fur or anything like that around?
Make a spot hidden.
Oh, come on, man. I'm good at buttons.
You make one as well if you're looking around.
No.
I get advantage on
Yeah,
them.
that's a hard.
Wouldn't you also want to make a track or something if you're trying to find to
Um,
locate it?
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look for signs
Track.
I got a
Wesley
Yeah.
or Echo.
Okay.
Would that be also spot hidden?
Yeah.
Did I say anything? I got a hard success.
Okay, you got a hard success?
Yeah.
You would see that on several of the downed trees are a very thin looking gray fur.
Gray, not black.
Gray, not black.
I pass.
You
Success.
pass.
Yeah.
Pass with success.
It's a success though. I'm looking for Wesley or Echo.
You pass. Looking around, you don't see any signs of it.
Now, do I see any more of this fur like going into the cave?
You haven't actually gone into the cave yet. Now it's just like a
I'm saying,
dark.
is there like?
Oh yeah,
in the
you
cave
can see
itself,
like
you know?
at the entrance where there's just like this jagged crack in the rock. It looks like there's bits that have been scraped off. So yeah, there's bits of fur just like caught in the edges
I want
of
to
the
put
rock.
the fur like in my pocket.
All right. So who's leading in?
Well,
I'm assuming I'm dropped by now.
Yeah, like when we get to the actual spot, I want to like bend, like lean down to let her down.
I guess I'll throw my nuts on. Take point.
All right. So you're leading in with just a lighter, correct? All right.
Could we grab some like?
I mean, no, he should have a. Does he not have his lantern on?
Yeah, he has a lantern. When you start walking in the front, he looks at you and says, "Do you want to lead?"
Can I have your? Can I have your lantern?
Yes. He hands you the lantern. And take this. He hands you the dagger. Which, fairly sizable knife.
I guess I'll like.
Don't trade.
So, you step in. The rest of you behind?
Back.
Alright,
Can
at the very back. As
I just wait at the cave?
as you
Foot of the
step
cave?
in,
Come on, Benny.
as you step into the cave, you get
Don't
an
worry, Benny.
immediate
That was my stomach.
You get an immediate sense of unease as you step inside, bordering on the edge of dread. You can feel the small hairs on the back of your neck rise and loose flesh prickle at your arms and legs. Inside this cave, the temperature drops at least 40 degrees to well below freezing.
Dude, I'm wearing a dress.
You can see your breath frosting the air. There's almost a threshold of cold as you walk inside. You can smell this old decay, like things that have been long dead.
Deck.
I'm pulling out my gun.
Each step forward
I'm pulling up my blackjack out of my coat.
All right.
Just in
Good
case.
luck.
Yeah.
Each step forward sounds with a crunch.
With the
The
crunch.
floor is covered in small bones. The walls of the cave drip as you move further in, and as you do, you can see these vague outlines of stalactites with ropes hanging down. Tied to the ropes, it takes you a moment to really just take in what this is. Spinal cords with a skull hanging at the bottom of each,
Do
hung
I see a
upside down
foot?
from ropes across the stalactites with unlit candles in the draw.
Do I see a 14-year-old spinal cord?
You're not sure,
Are
but
we
what
rolling
you do,
sanity checks?
not just yet,
Okay.
but
Parker's like, what's bad? What's wrong with
Does this jacket have a hood, please?
Bo, as you're in the front, you're the first to see two glowing yellow reddish lights in the very back of the cave, and as you're looking at them, it moves closer towards you. You can see their eyes in a humanoid face with an elongated jaw that looks almost dong-like, with jagged teeth coming out. You can see the skin is gray, molted, and torn in places, stretched across what looks like bone. The eyes are sunk deep in their sockets. You can see as it opens its mouth, these jagged teeth still have bits of flesh hanging from them, as it lets out this guttural growl looking directly at you. As it moves further, its head twists to the side, and you can see, following the head, a very emaciated body with arms that are far too long, hands that are far too large, with digits of each finger from knuckle to knuckle, each as long as your hands, ending in long, jagged claws.
And that's like
It walks in a very strange manner, putting these massive arms in front of itself, then the legs kind of walking almost in an ape-like fashion towards you. I want you all to make sanity checks as you first see the Wendigo.
Sanity. You're supposed to get below your sanity or above your
I
sanity?
will start. That's POW, correct? That's a POW
Oh.
check.
A power check?
Yeah. Correct? I'm right on that when I say that, right? POW check.
Oh, I've been doing that wrong.
Oh no, sorry, no, it's a sanity.
Sanity check.
I failed. I rolled an 84.
Yeah, it's essentially the same, but it's your sanity, not your power.
I rolled it.
Sanity
I rolled
checks. Are you supposed to get below your
Pass.
sanity or above your
Surprisingly, both
sanity?
passes.
Sanity checks.
You're supposed to get below.
What?
I failed.
You failed?
Yeah.
I passed.
You passed?
Did you get a 4?
You can't scare me.
No, I got an 84.
I passed.
Makes sense, as this is something that's way outside of what you're used to.
I passed.
Alright, so everyone who passed.
The fucking coward is the only one that failed.
So, everyone who passed, you lose 1 point of sanity.
Cool.
Everyone who failed, roll a 1d8.
Also, I just want to point out my sanity. Now it's 69.
You're gonna be 8.
57.
You got 8?
I'm slowly losing my sanity.
Your mind breaks for a moment as you lose track of yourself, falling into a temporary insanity. Actually, no, sorry, you get to roll an intelligence to save against it.
Okay, good.
Can I smack him across the face?
Yeah. So, you lose track of what's going on as Benny just begins to scream.
Oh no!
I'm gonna say, Henry, you
You
should
don't-
take your fucking lantern.
Really get a chance to scream. Or, sorry, not a chance to scream, a chance to speak. As the beast opens its mouth far too wide, you can see the flesh of the cheeks ripping as the mouth opens all the way down to the chest. And it lets out an echoing howl that sounds like a woman screaming mixed with the call of an elk. Once again, I want everyone to make a sanity check.
Do I have to roll it? Oh my god. It's the fucking ass kicking right here. I passed that one.
You passed that.
You know why? Because I'm. You know why? I can't hear the howling because I'm fucking screaming.
Nope.
Wait, that's 12 on that one.
I passed.
You passed?
Yep.
100. Fail.
100.
That's a fail.
Alright, so for everyone who failed, I want you to roll a 1d4.
That's 100?
Yeah.
That's a.
That's a 100. No, you rolled 2. You rolled that.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
100.
I'm sure.
So everyone who failed, I want you to roll a 1d4.
This is the same.
Yeah. Okay. So
1, you lose 1 point of sanity. And everyone who failed, you also lose 30 points of initiative as combat begins.
So I passed the howling, but I'm temporarily insane.
Yeah, you're temporarily insane.
So I don't get to do anything anyways.
Yeah, you pretty much like lose track for.
How much insanity do I lose? I rolled an 8.
Yeah, essentially, if you lose any more than 5, then you risk temporary insanity.
So I dropped down. I dropped down to 8. I dropped down by 8.
Or you have a bout of
Parker
madness.
succeeded every single time. Parker's like, I've seen scarier shit in the toilet.
Cool.
I have indigestion.
So, what is everyone's dex?
My dex?
85.
75.
60.
65. Okay, so everyone who failed. You failed, correct?
I failed.
You failed. You both have a negative 30 on your dex.
Dang.
You have your finger on your gun, right?
Oh yeah.
You get a plus 50 if the first thing you're going to do in combat is shoot.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
So you said
You know
negative
it
30, right?
Yeah, negative 30 to your dex.
Mm-hmm.
Not permanently, just for the initiative.
Yeah.
So
I'm
what
gonna
is?
just write
You don't really
that.
have to write it. Just tell me what.
I thought you had to have your
75,
gun.
so it's now technically-
He's had his hand on the
45.
gun.
And yours is. And that's
That thing
just right now. This is just determining what yours is.
25. 25.
25. Okay, so
That's
you're
with,
going first,
45.
Yes.
followed by it.
Fine.
Does that change my
Well, I'm insane, so it doesn't matter what I.
No,
Also,
the only thing that
dex
changes is
sucks
that.
is that he has his handgun out, not his Tommy gun. So.
Oh, so
But
that's
you're
not my
silver
dex
bullets.
now. It is
Oh, yeah.
just
Yeah.
as that's what
Yeah,
my
that's
dex
just-
is.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just
I'm
means
not
that it
gonna write
acts
that
first.
down
Yeah, you don't have
then.
to write it.
So when do I get to know clicking it?
You. Now I might be doing insanity incorrectly.
Okay.
Bouts of madness in real time. Okay, pick a roll of 1d10. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it makes the most sense that you would probably flee in panic.
Cool.
Does that sound about right for Benny?
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, you
100%.
obviously. Okay, so you
100%.
flee in panic for 4 rounds.
Okay. Cool.
Just running around in circles. Ah!
Out aiming for the fucking exit.
This thing is genuinely terrifying.
Yeah.
And I can try and find a picture of it for you because I have one.
Yeah.
But
I showed Kaylee a bunch of photos earlier.
Yeah.
I was like, this is what a Wendigo looks like.
If you want to send it to me, I can put it up
Yeah.
on the screen too.
So I'm a fucking weirdo.
So are you
and I love-
going to do your turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Shoot.
So
All right.
you said
So
plus
roll.
50? Plus 50 is what you said?
No, for your dex,
Oh.
not for
oh,
your
oh.
gun skill.
Yeah.
Okay, I was
So
like,
it just means that you act first.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool beans. Well,
Because my dex is 85, so
that is most definitely. That is a extreme.
That's an extreme.
Yes.
All right. So that means that you get what is known as a piercing strike. That means that your gun automatically does its max damage, and you roll the damage as well.
yeah.
So 1d10. So 4, and its max damage is. It says 1d10 plus 2.
12. So it would be 10 plus 4, 14, 16.
16.
Because it's the max damage on the roll, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it's 10 plus 4, 14 plus 2, 16.
16.
16.
All right, very nice. So you, despite seeing this thing, this horrifying monstrosity crawling out of the darkness towards you, you level your pistol, take a moment to take a deep breath, wait for it to get close as it slowly strides up towards Benny, using its... Bo.
See, not the only one that
Yeah,
does that.
we do get mixed up. Moving up towards Bo, looking like it's just using its own, shocking aura to, have you guys basically just sit still as it moves closer towards you. You take a moment, aim for the right eye, and shoot. You see it fall back, screeching, clutching at its eye, which is now just a gaping hole.
Mm-hmm.
It's like tearing at its face, screaming in anguish and pain and hatred.
Great. That's all I like to hear. That's the shit that lulls me to sleep at night, boys.
So, now it's its turn.
Okay.
What's its dex?
Its dex is 65.
What's the Henry's dex question?
I go first, and I'm running, so...
Henry's...
Like, when does Henry get to go?
Yeah, I
Is he
have
scared?
Henry doesn't have a weapon.
Yeah, that's
He
right.
has
Henry
a
can punch
lantern.
it.
I go...
Punch it, Henry! Punch it!
technically I go before and I run.
It goes before it. It goes before him.
Can we light his fire?
That's my goal. I'm running.
Yeet.
Because I do go before it.
So, it looked like it was going to be going after Bo, but then you shot it in the face.
Yeah.
So it's going to run
Furry butt.
straight towards you, no longer using the, slow, creeping, horrifying move forward. Now it jumps from where it was standing onto the ceiling right above you, reaches down, and swipes at your head.
Okay, question.
You have two options. You can either try and dodge or fight back.
Okay,
Fight back, however, don't believe it can be done with a gun.
I don't think so either.
Okay,
I think
yeah,
it's like you like ducking, like popping it right.
Yeah,
you have
exactly.
Yeah.
I am going to... I'm going to dodge.
Okay, so roll a dodge.
Okay. No, it's 96. That is a fail.
96?
It's actually a 99.
That's a 99.
Or 99, yeah.
99.
That's a fail.
Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and say that because you got a 99, which I believe is a fumble.
100's a fumble.
100's a fumble?
It's only a crit.
Okay,
It's only
just
one.
one. Okay,
It's
never mind.
101.
Alright, so
Gotcha.
its first swing misses as you duck down, getting out of the way just in time, but then its feet dig into the rock.
2 attacks.
It leans down further and slashes at you again.
Gotcha.
Same thing, except you can only dodge or fight back once.
Yeah, so I'm just going to sit here and take it. Okay,
Which
that's fine.
means that you are, I believe, outnumbered at this point. Once a character has dodged or fought back, all subsequent attacks get a bonus dice.
Fuck. Okay.
So it gets a bonus dice. Alright. With an 8, that's an extreme success.
Shit. Okay. It was nice knowing you guys. I loved...
That is a piercing strike,
Okay.
because its claws are definitely piercing.
Yeah.
So it reaches down, and it is going to do... Lucky. What's your health?
25.
25. Well, it does.
Dead Rooney.
Not quite,
Woo!
but...
Close to Dead Rooney.
Okay, so it does. Bad at math.
Calculate on your phone, bro.
17 points of damage.
Oh my god!
Oh no!
Fun. So.
As you feel these claws dig across your back,
Yes.
tearing through the clothing, the flesh, and you fear maybe even the bone. Everything turns red. You can feel this pulsing in your head as everything starts to fade out. I want you to roll a constitution to see if you can stay conscious. You just took a major wound.
Okay.
That's definitely half your health.
Yeah. Oh yeah, most definitely.
62 is probably the thing, right?
No.
No, it's a success. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Mine's
She's
70.
not. She's not rolling. She's not rolling Benny
You,
stats.
you lay there, rocked back by what this creature just did with one blow of its hand,
Yeah.
managing to stay conscious through sheer force of will.
Yeah.
As it lets out another blood-curdling howl
Okay.
and drops down on top of you, one leg on either side, and starts to reach down towards your head. Now it is, I believe, who has that? Your turn. So
I'm good. I was scared second time. I'm good though.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
you
I'm
just roll. It just
yeah,
knocks
it
deck
just
down.
basically like you were shocked
So,
by the
okay.
scream.
This. Does that mean I can still shoot?
Yeah, you didn't have to jump.
Cool.
Yeah, you can still shoot at it if you want.
If I do this, I can still shoot. Is that what you're telling me?
You don't have to worry about that. That's if someone's shooting at you.
I still want to do that.
It's not gonna help. That's
Good to
only
know.
if people are shooting at you.
Great. Alright. This was not good. How close am I?
You are probably 5 or 10 feet away.
I said I was very close to it.
Yeah.
So, am I in what kind of range exactly? So
You're like 5 or 10 feet away from it.
very close. Okay.
Within shooting range.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Can I shoot and run?
Yeah, you can shoot and then try and run away.
But I guess I'm just gonna shoot it.
Okay.
Try to get its attention.
Alright.
Did it try to dodge Parker's attack?
No.
Shit.
No, that was the first thing I
I'm
did.
aiming for the head.
Okay.
But I'm going to try and shoot it and
Skidoo.
kind of
I was trying to get outnumbered
Well,
on that.
okay.
Too. I'm trying.
See, my problem is I'm thinking of Wendigos from Until Dawn,
Yeah.
which they're a little different. If you don't move, they can't see you, which I don't think is the same
No,
for this one.
100% no.
No, this is your traditional Wendigo.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to shoot it in the head and run.
Okay.
I'm going to die. It was nice knowing y'all.
Alright. So you go ahead and take your shot. I'm going to tell you now that normally you don't get a chance to fight back against gunfire unless you are within 1/5 of your dex range from the person shooting at you. You're close enough. It's going to attempt to fight back. However, fighting back, it cannot land a piercing blow on you. That's only when it attacks.
Makes me feel a little better. Oh, that's not good.
96.
96, so all it needs to do is succeed.
Great. One did I?
And you can see as you try and take aim at its hand, or as its
My
head,
hands are shaking.
your hands are shaking, trembling, and as you do, it almost seems to sense, because it's looking down at Parker right now, looking like it's about to yank his head clean off.
You're
It looks up at you, its eye glaring into yours,
Very soul.
and you go to shoot, but as you do, it swings at you, almost knocking the gun out of your hand. You shoot, the bullet goes straight and just hits the ceiling.
Okay.
But you manage to jump back in time before the claw hits you.
So I didn't get hit. Beautiful.
He gets outnumbered, correct, for his attack because
No.
it dodged.
You can dodge or fight back to as many attacks as you have attacks. It has 2 attacks.
Oh, okay.
It can dodge or fight back to 2.
Okay.
My turn.
Yes.
With the dagger, I'm a full fucking sprint and go for like a running stab.
Okay, very nice. I like it. Go ahead and make a fighting maneuver. It's going to attempt to fight back.
What would I roll on this one? Because
This is just a fighting brawl.
Raw.
Okay.
Melee brawl, whatever. We played too many games.
Second session.
36.
That's a hard.
That's a hard pass? Alright, so it needs to succeed at least an extreme.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to hit it.
Cool. We win here.
I'm just double checking what the dagger does.
Don't worry.
Okay. So for that dagger, by the way, it's going to be a 1d4 plus 2 plus your damage bonus. I'm so sorry.
Did it get extreme?
It rolled a 1.
Oh my god!
Okay, also, question.
You're lucky it can't piercing strike you because it's only when it's attacking, not when it's fighting back.
Question.
That goes
With-
both ways, by the
With
way.
the
You can't
damage
piercing
bonus,
strike.
what do you add that to?
To melees.
Yeah, melee.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what does his toughness do?
Oh.
Close at 100, was it?
Toughness,
I used 10 luck to absorb 5 points of
Okay.
which you might want to do.
Yeah, which
We'll
is
see.
Yeah.
You might want to do that.
What's your
All right.
He is 21.
21?
So it's going to go ahead and do its damage to you. As you go and try and stab it, it grabs your arm and lifts you up into the air. And then just takes its other hand and stabs it into your stomach. You take 9 points of damage.
Yeah, I used 10 points of luck. It's over 5.
Not a bad
So,
idea.
despite it stabbing into your stomach, the claws don't go as far as you would think they do. And you only take 4.
And that was turn 1. What about Henry? What's Henry doing?
Henry is going to go ahead and attack now because it's his turn. He goes just
Yay.
after.
Hooray, Henry!
Okay.
Hooray, Henry!
He gets outnumbered.
He also got spooked by it.
Spooked!
He gets outnumbered though. He gets
He
the
does get
boost.
outnumbered.
Don't forget the
He doesn't
boost.
have a weapon.
It doesn't matter.
He has a
He
lantern.
gets the boost.
He has a
He
lantern.
gave it to Bo.
No,
Yeah.
he gave the knife.
Bo gave
I thought
the
he
He
lantern
gave
back.
the lantern and the knife.
Bruh.
Because he's moving in front.
Yeah.
But,
I agree with Brian. He did give
Yeah.
the lantern.
Okay.
yeah.
So that being said, Henry, realizing what's going on, is going to begin dragging Benny out of the cave. Or,
I
sorry,
thought-
not Benny.
Bo. No,
Alright.
Henry.
Yeah.
Who's?
Yeah, no one's unconscious.
Yeah, Benny's ran out.
Yeah, Benny screamed. and ran out.
He's gonna try and drag you. He's like getting.
Parker's
He's distracting
conscious.
it. You two are distracting it. He's gonna try and drag Parker out from underneath the beast.
Gotcha.
So because he doesn't have any viable way of doing anything
Yeah.
to this thing right now.
Yeah. I guess.
You're just getting.
So, top of the round, back to Parker.
I'll
Yeah.
live.
You are hardly conscious. This thing is now fighting on top of you, and you feel someone dragging you by the jacket along the cave floor. You're looking up at this thing, blood dripping down on top of you from the chest wound that Bo just took. You can see skeletons hanging here and there, and all of a sudden you hear a loud barking.
Does it sound pissed?
It's the lady, I bet. Okay.
Is Echo alive?
So, I guess he's going to. You know what? I guess he's gonna try and get to his feet the best he can and stumble back some.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to try and take another shot.
Okay. How far away are you from it when you do this? Keep in mind, it's pretty close quarters. You're now all at the entrance of the cave, essentially.
Yeah.
So I'm just fucking the woods.
Yeah, you're out in the
You're
woods.
I should say, I'm just probably at the edge of the
As you run, by the way, you see a large black shape bulleting towards the cave.
Puppy!
Yes!
Puppy. Okay.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
Until it jumps on you.
He's a
To realize
motherfucking
it's
good boy!
So, yeah, he's probably going to try and take a shot at the beast's probably its shoulder.
Okay.
So,
How far away were you, though?
at the entrance, I don't know how far it
Okay,
is.
so you're probably only about 15 feet away, tops.
Listen, if you're letting me adopt Echo at the end of this, no, the answer is yes.
We'll see. Alright, he's going to probably get a little further, so he's about 20 yards.
Mhm.
Or not 20 yards, but like 20, you said 15 feet, correct?
Yep.
He's going to get a little further. His range is about 20 yards for
Okay.
this gun. He's going to
Yeah, I'm just
switch-
saying, like, the cave is fairly close quarters.
Yeah, he's going to switch from his handgun to his Tommy gun.
Okay, the Tommy gun doesn't have any silver bullets.
Oh shit.
You only
that's
have 9
Never
bullets.
mind, I take that back. Lies.
Okay.
That.
Go ahead and take your shot.
So he's going to shoot, and
You do have... It is outnumbered.
so I get an advantage.
Yeah.
I thought this was the beginning of the turn, so it got all of its moves back.
I believe it's on its turn.
Oh, dope. Dope. Cool.
Yeah.
I'll agree with whatever you said. I'm trying to play fair.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what it is. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure.
Oh,
It's just-
yeah, I know what it was. It was a 6. 36. That is a. I'm going to bump it 1 down, so it's a hard.
Can't use luck. Can you use luck on a?
Yeah, you can use
You
luck.
can't
You
push,
can't. You
push.
can't push, but
You
you can
can't
use
push,
luck.
Yeah. So I'm going to use 1 luck to make that a hard success.
A hard success.
Yes.
Now, just so you know, hard success doesn't give you anything. Only extreme success.
Oh, then fuck that. No, never mind.
Yeah, you
That's
only
just a
need
regular
that.
success.
Okay.
Okay, and then. So that's a 2. What's the. I think I actually used the wrong stats for that first shot. So I was using the handgun and I accidentally took the Tommy gun stats.
So it's actually a 1d6, isn't it?
I don't know, I didn't write it down, I forgot to.
Wow.
I know,
My
sorry.
revolver's 1d10.
1d10? Oh, okay, so it is 1d10.
Okay.
Never mind.
Oh,
Okay, so
assuming
1d10.
it's-
Alright, so 2 is.
Mm-hmm.
Just really
That's it, just 2.
So she only did 14 damage.
Okay, she
On
only
the
did
first-
14?
Yeah, on
Yeah.
14 on the
Okay.
first one, and then 2 just now.
Yeah. So
2 damage just now?
Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So
So
16.
yeah, you take another shot. This one hardly seems to really even harm it.
Yeah.
But it's silver.
It is silver. But
pissed.
as opposed to shooting it in the head and just kind of like clipping the shoulder a little bit,
Yeah,
it doesn't even really seem to notice.
gotcha.
However, you note it looks kind of afraid.
Good.
You're not
Echo!
sure why. It's kind of like creeping back into the cave.
Did it? Has it dropped Bo yet, or is it? Still
Yeah, it dropped low on the.
Blow.
It dropped Bo on.
Dang! It's dropping drugs. Get in there, guys.
So, at this point, you would all see/feel a large black dog, almost as big as a small horse, rush past you all, through the cave's entrance, and through some of you. You see the Wendigo kind of like crawl back in fear, letting out another howl as this thing pounces towards the Wendigo. And it's going to go ahead and make an attack.
And it's outnumbered.
Yep. Yeah, the Wendigo is going to try and fight back against
Can't
it.
fight back. Doesn't have any abilities.
Oh, you're right, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, right, it's outnumbered, so I actually get to reroll that. It does hit. Cool. So, as the dog jumps onto the Wendigo, it falls back onto its back. The dog seems to be like biting into its neck and like face area.
Mm-hmm.
And the Wendigo is basically at this point just trying to get it off, screeching in pain and terror.
Gotcha.
What are the rest of you going to do? At least for now, it's definitely distracted.
Mm-hmm.
I want.
Actually, I believe it's the Wendigo's go.
Yeah.
It's going to attack the dog.
Doggo, no.
Okay.
It might not be.
That is a miss for the first one. Echo's going to try to fight back. Another success.
He literally just said Echo, so it is Echo.
It's pretty obvious.
He gave up the ghost.
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, you see the dog ripping the Wendigo's throat out.
Yay!
You see it kind of like twitching, screaming, even as its throat's being ripped out. It's going to make one final swing.
Okay.
And it hits.
Cubby. No. Cubby.
Just in pieces.
That's 8 damage. So it manages to fling the dog off and starts to like lumber up. The dog hits the side of the wall and collapses,
Does it whimper?
letting out a whimper. Yeah.
No.
But that's a good sign. It means he's still breathing.
Yeah.
Vocal
So-
cords still intact.
At this point, the Wendigo begins to rush further down into the cave.
Whose turn is it?
I'm paying this down.
Where's that? I think it's your turn.
It is your turn, Selena.
Am I on the ground?
Because you're in the woods.
Because I
My
heard
turn was
that I
spent
dodged.
screaming into the woods.
You dodged,
I didn't
but you
get-
just stepped back. You didn't jump to the ground.
So I'm
yeah,
not laying down.
yeah, you're not laying down.
So it's not running past me.
No, it's running deeper into the cave.
If
Basically,
I
it
aim
gets
and
up.
shoot, do I have a
It,
shot?
gets from underneath the dog and then climbs against the wall and just starts skittering down the wall.
If I aim and shoot, do I
Freaky
have a
spider
shot?
thing.
If I aim and shoot, do I have a shot?
You can try and shoot it as it retreats,
Let's go for that.
although it's moving very quickly.
I'm a fast shooter.
Much faster than you think any natural thing should be.
I'm
able
okay
to
with
go.
missing.
You
But if I hit
You wanna
it,
let it
So
know.
this is going to be a hard roll because it's already that far.
Oh,
back.
why you gotta do this to me though?
And well, mostly because it's that far and in the darkness.
What? Off the
Roll
table.
that again.
No, no,
No.
big no.
No?
Uh-uh.
Alright.
This is 99.
So, who wants to go?
So is it already too far from me?
It's too far for you to chase for sure.
Yeah, I know. I
I
can
think
do
you
that.
need to
Yeah.
take care
That's
of
what I said. You need to.
puncture wounds in your stomach.
I want to shoot.
I feel pretty well.
So you take a shot as it retreats.
Henry's not doing
Denny,
it.
at this point, you're back to yourself.
Yep.
You hear your friends screaming inside the cave. So,
Like sigh
mm-hmm.
and run back into the cave.
Right. Fucking pray again. Alright, so do you want me to actually roll or is it too far for me to shoot?
You can take a shot. It's going to be a hard shot, though.
Okay.
Just because of the darkness and how far it's gotten into the cave already, moving at such fast speed.
Alright. Would he have had time to switch over to his Tommy gun real fast?
If you want to, but once again, no silver bullets.
Okay. I'm trying to give myself a better chance, but you know what? Handgun. Alright. Dang it.
You could spend luck if you want to, if you have enough.
I do. That would be. Let me see, so I can do exact.
Are you going to spend the luck?
She's calculating
Yeah.
for a
Math.
second.
If you have enough.
Yeah, I do have enough. I just
Okay.
want to see how much.
You'd be left over.
Yeah.
Is
So.
it worth it?
Ooh.
Yeah, right?
So I would take
Sorry.
only 18. So.
It's easy to get back.
Yeah. It would take 18 points for me to get to that. Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
All right. So, you take your shot, and your hands are trembling. You've lost a lot of blood. You feel yourself almost weak to the knees, starting to fall. And as you take the shot, you have a moment of clarity, and you feel sort of a strange connection to this room, strange sort of grief that clears your mind and makes you feel some sort of almost just revenge in killing this, as if all of its victims are aiding in your shot. So go ahead and roll your damage.
Alright. It's 4.
Four.
Four?
4.
Yeah.
So as it begins to jump from the side of the wall down into what looks like a pit, you take a snapshot
Mhm.
and you see the bullet hit it in the side of the head. And then it goes from having a kind of controlled jump to tumbling and falling. And then you see it pass into the darkness.
Has Benny showed up on scene?
Yeah, Benny, you get back.
Do I notice Echo?
Echo!
You look inside the cave and kind of like look around. You see your friends all, panting and breathing for, trying to, collect themselves. You look in, you don't see any signs of any dog.
Are you sure?
Question.
Mhm.
You said the dog passes through us. You mean beside us or through us?
Through you.
Son of a bitch.
So, what I miss?
Okay.
Oh, thank goodness.
That's a lot
That's a
better.
lot better.
I did the math wrong on my
What did-
luck, so I have a lot more luck than I thought I did.
what did I miss?
Oh, well, things got spicy.
I need a new coat. And probably some stitches.
Where did the Wendigo go?
Ah,
The Wendigo went.
Where did the Wendigo?
Who killed it?
You
do we know for sure?
question, can I listen to see if I hear it breathing or making noise or growling?
You could walk down into the cave further if you wanted to.
I'll do it.
I'm not hit.
Okay, that works. He will probably be falling behind.
I'll do it.
I'll also go.
I'll stay
I'm
with
gonna
Parker and tend to his
I'll
wounds.
go forward. I'll be the first person. I'm the
I'm-
only one that didn't get
you
hit.
just sit
I'm
here,
good on
Parker.
health.
You hear Henry
I'm
say,
19.
I'll go along with you. We should
That's
make
my
sure that
max.
it's
I mean,
dead.
I'm 17.
Okay, yeah.
I'll be your
Henry
doctor,
won't stop me.
Parker. You just sit here. I will doctor you. Sit down and stay. I don't want to go.
Parker's like, don't touch me, you quack.
So I'm probably like jumping through where it doesn't there's much like dense bone and stuff because I'm barefoot.
Yeah, you're trying your best. As you
Like
move
walking on
further
gravel.
in, you can see that some of these remains are not fully decayed. There are some that are still covered in flesh and frozen from the, once again, extreme cold in this cave.
Can we still see where the Wendigo went?
It basically looked like it went down to the edge of the cave and then there was a pit that it jumped
It
into
disappeared.
and got shot and like went from jumping to kind of
Tumbling to falling. Yeah.
So am I,
So hopefully
what am I
it's
going to
not
get?
So you walk to the end, and it gets narrower and narrower, and as you get further in, it dawns on you that this thing should not have been able to fit through this narrow corridor. It's far too small for something of its size to fit through here. This was easily bigger than Bo. But it did. You saw it. It somehow contorted itself through this crevice.
So wait, eventually can he fit
Probably
free
not.
falling me?
Bo probably couldn't fit to the end of this tunnel. You get to the end, and you and Henry, he kind of like muscles himself
Oh, I
in
didn't know
beside you.
Henry was with me. Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of like
I-
muscles himself through, saying, "I'm sorry, excuse me, this is uncomfortable." You know, just like getting along beside you. You two look down, and you can see a pit that drops down into the darkness. He kind of holds out the hooded lantern, looking down into it, and at the very bottom, you can see a crumpled form, probably a good 90 feet down, laying at the bottom among bones.
Does it look like it's moving?
Right now, no, it's just laying down there.
Drop the lantern on it. Set it ablaze.
Hey, Henry!
Smack it out in Henry's hands.
Can I hear any cries of pain or
Labored breathing.
any rough breathing?
Roll a listen.
I
I wanted to roll this. Oh, here, sorry.
Unless you're following down, because you need to be a
He
little
was.
closer.
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
You go roll a listen
I
too.
thought he was.
He was trying to hold me back, and he was going, "Don't touch me, you quack."
Oh, okay. So yeah, both of you can roll a listen.
So,
I'm staying here.
okay, so what's my lesson? Let me find it first. Okay.
You're better at that than I am.
Yeah, I absolutely got that with an extreme.
All right.
That was an extreme success.
All you can hear is the dripping sound of things. You know, stalactites dripping, and you can feel as you look down, the temperature is starting to turn to normal quickly.
Gucci.
I like that.
So he's going to turn to Henry and just go, "You're welcome," and start just still clutching his bag,
really hope this
or clutching towards his back. Walk back down the hall.
He looks at you. You're lucky you survived.
I still got the job done.
You certainly did. I'd say that we don't have to worry about the Wendigo any longer.
Hooray. Still scooting down the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually when we get back up to the top, I'm going to take off that jacket
Mm-hmm.
and kind of tie it around his wound.
Yeah, poor Bo.
I mean, I barely got hit.
Parker,
Do you
Like, I barely-
need to
I
see
barely
a
got
doctor
claws didn't
after
go that
this?
far in.
Okay,
Should
I'll
we take
tie it.
Parker to
I'll
a
tie it to
doctor?
Parker.
Yeah.
Even
Parker's literally getting into his coat, getting the moonshine, going, Jesus! Pouring it over his back.
We'll stop at a
Yeah.
hospital on the way because, Jesus, that looks painful.
Yes,
I need something strong.
I'm gonna take it off and
Yeah,
tie
he's
it
going to
around.
pour some of the moonshine on his back and then take a shot.
Very nice. So, seems like the cave is safe for now. Is there anything you want to do?
Shed a few manly tears.
I'm gonna look at the corpse.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Unrelated.
I'm not.
Oh, you may want to check on the puppy.
There's no dog.
The puppy
I
down.
looked. There's no dog.
Dog's gone.
Yeah, there's no dog.
Oh!
Um,
Also,
I haven't had. Continue. I'll be,
Yeah, mine's
I'm
about-
gonna do it in a second.
it may be related. Is it the boy? Is it the young man?
It's about the boy.
It's the young man. That seemed exciting. Wesley. Or Wes. What's his name?
No.
Wesley.
his name is.
Wesley was with Echo.
Yeah.
When they disappeared.
Yeah,
Aliases are a thing.
I doubt it. But
But
Benny's going to leave. Job well done, team. We can go back home now.
Alright, so Benny starts walking out.
I'm gonna walk out, lean on a tree,
Mhm.
and try and tune out everything.
Mm-hmm.
See if I can't find Echo or Wesley.
Alright, so
In
The boy.
other
go ahead
worlds.
and roll a psychic power.
I'm gonna step out of the cave and smoke a cigarette.
Alright.
A 6.
6?
That's in my extreme.
Alright, very nice. So, you kind of lean in, close your eyes, and as you open them, the world around you is gray, and you can see moving through the trees and all around the entrance to the cave, multitude of people, looking lost, confused. And you feel something warm, wet, across your hand.
Oh.
You look down and you see the dog, now normal size, licking your hand. It looks like a regular size, like, lab.
Okay. I'm gonna bend down and kind of just. I don't know if I can pet it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pet it.
You're
and-
petting it, your hand is touching fur, but you can also tell you can go through it. You can feel the texture of fur.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, okay.
It's almost as
Anyone else looking at this would just see her kind of crouched down petting
petting
the
air.
I'm gonna say, okay, show me where Wesley is.
He wags his tail, barks, and then runs off.
Okay, I'm gonna follow.
Okay.
You're gonna see her run through the forest.
Just casually smoking a cigarette outside of a cave.
Parker's
Just-
limping towards what he thinks the direction of the cabin is.
Just, I don't know what to tell you. Talking to Bo, who's outside with me. You saw that too, right?
That was really weird.
Okay, I'm not the only one that saw it. Okay, cool.
Parker
I'm deemed
dripping blood a trail as he's hobbling back to the
deemed
cabin.
the weird one.
So, one final roll. I just want you to roll a track as this ghost dog runs off into the forest. And you're
I'm
trying
going
to
to
keep...
lose it. Let me just say this now. Because I have nothing in track. Yeah.
82.
82.
Oh yeah.
You could push it.
Push it.
You get lost in the woods.
However, pushing it may mean that you get lost in the woods.
It's okay.
I don't think I'm going to make this. I have nothing in track.
What is track? 10?
10?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Then don't. Then
Yeah, you're fine.
That's not happening.
Alright.
I
So,
wish it would.
as you follow the dog, you quickly lose sight as it moves out into the woods. You can hear its barking in the distance.
Can I?
So if you wanted to try and follow via listen, you could.
Okay, as I walk and follow, I'm gonna
Mhm.
kind of make little marks on the ground,
Alright.
just so I can try to find my way back. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
So, you go ahead and roll a listen.
14.
14.
That's in my extreme.
Alright. So you manage to follow the dog's echoing barks through the woods. Much easier than trying to follow it via any sort of, tracks left on the ground. You're not even sure if it would leave any.
Yeah.
And it leads you to a mound that it's roughly it's rough to get to. You have to crawl over a bunch of deadfalls, but you manage to find a mound, and there is a crudely stacked pile of rocks at the top of this mound. You can see the dog sitting, his nose kind of like down towards the rocks, whimpering a little bit as he paws at them.
Wesley is no longer here.
You're seeing the dead. Do you see a Wesley here?
I guess I'm gonna look around and see if he's standing there, but I
Call
don't.
to him.
You don't see him around here.
Yeah.
Huh. Does that mean he's alive?
You see the dog just pawing at the stones, whimpering.
I'm gonna bend down and look at the stones. See
Okay.
if they say anything or anything wrong.
Yeah, you bend down, it's just a pile of rocks.
Oh, that's pretty far. Is he under the rocks?
You move them?
Do I move them?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. As you pull the rocks away, you can see bones in a pile. You don't want to look closely, but it's obvious at a glance that these bones have been gnawed on. However, in the pile you also find what looks like a small whistle.
Is it a dog whistle?
At first, when you glance at it, it's
Just
kind of shiny, kind of like rusted, and looks made of some sort of metal. Do you pick it up?
sure.
Okay. As you do, you see everything comes back into focus. The world returning.
Color goes back.
Yeah.
All that great stuff.
And instead, in your hand, you're looking down at a whistle made of bone. And the dog is nowhere in sight.
That means
I don't know, but you got a badass whistle.
I'm gonna just nod. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna not sure what to. I'm just gonna keep it and put the rocks back
Okay.
in the exact way they were,
All right.
and try to find my landmarks to walk back
All right.
to the cave because
So you were marking your way, so it's not that hard to find your way back. The rest of you at this point, kind of waiting around for her to return. She comes back. It's only been probably half an hour. The beast seems like it's slain. Henry
wasn't
says...
someone already walking away?
Parker was heading
Parker
back.
was.
Yeah,
gone,
Parker's headed
right?
back. So I take it at this point the rest of you make your way back towards town.
Yeah, I think we're done. We solved our case.
Yeah. So Henry parts ways, saying, "It's best I leave before Mary finds out what we've done here. Thank you for your
That's
help."
probably smart.
Yes. I don't think she'll be happy that it's dead, but I am.
Good luck
Well,
with her.
yes. Have a pleasant life.
You too.
No offense to you, but I hope we never meet again.
He smirks and laughs a little bit. I understand.
I'm going
I hope you have
go for a
long
handshake.
life as well. Shakes your hand
And then
and then walks off into
Yep.
the woods.
walking back to town.
All right. You catch up a short while later, Selena, with the rest of the group. All right. So, is there anything you all want to do in Lisbon before you leave?
I'm just.
Visit a doctor.
I'm just.
Yeah.
I
Gonna,
need a hospital. And probably skin grafts.
I'm just gonna talk to Benny specifically because I hadn't told anyone else that I saw a dead person on the train,
Yeah.
and just tell him I found the little boy. I think he's dead.
Well, sorry. We can go talk to Mrs. Grimes if you'd want to.
Okay.
And I guess that's where we'll make a trip to Mrs. Grimes.
All right. So, you make a stop off at her home. You knock on the door. She answers it. This time, not with the shotgun. Chain's still there, but she quickly unlocks it. Says, "You're back so soon. You look rather grim."
Well, so you're we have bad news and we have good news.
All right. What's the bad news?
Well, we can confirm that Wesley has passed.
She looks down. She nods. Not necessarily looking heartbroken, but also it's been 12 years.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
bad news.
Yeah,
News that she
bad
kind of
news.
figured anyways.
Bad news.
She was
You're
probably
right.
still
But
hoping, but
The
she
the
figured.
good news is we found the thing that did it, and we took care of it.
She looks for a moment like she's going to ask more and then says, "I feel like I don't want to know too many details. Thank you. Thank you so much. It means more than you could ever know. You say that you can confirm. Did you find him?"
There is a grave in the woods. I can give you a general direction if you want to go visit it.
That would be good.
And I just,
I
Find, like,
suppose
a piece
the
of
woods
paper.
are safe now.
yes.
We hope so.
Yes, they are.
I also want to go to Sheriff McCown
Mm-hmm.
But
on the way out.
I'm gonna write down, like, the directions for
Yeah.
her.
So you give her rough directions of where it was.
And I'm gonna say, like, it's a stack of rocks. And then I'm gonna hug her,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna skate out.
Yeah. When you pull away from the hug, your shoulder's a bit wet.
Oh.
I'm gonna go pass by Sheriff McCown on my way out.
All right.
Hello there, friend.
Not your friend. What do you want?
Well, we're pretty sure that we solved the case of the Southwood.
Really?
Yes.
Solved it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So you've solved over 40 disappearances over the course of the past 12 years.
Do you have a sheet of paper?
Oh, hear me, you. All right. He pulls out some paper.
We're like drawing a map to like the cave.
Yeah.
You should be able to find most of the bodies. Now I am not promising you that they are in very good condition, but they are where those are.
All right. And the person who did all this,
I'll be honest, I don't quite believe it myself. So there's no way that I can accurately describe it.
all right. Well, I'll take my deputies and check this out.
All right. We have enough for our paper, so we are going to bid adieu to you.
I look forward to reading it.
Yep. Well, have a good day. You know,
Look forward to reading it. And Minnie's like, yeah, I bet you would.
as I'm leaving, like, you know, take off the skimmer hat and like bow as I'm
Yeah.
like heading out the door.
All right.
Bet you would, weather boy.
So, is there anything else that anyone wants to do? Obviously, I think you're probably going to make a stop off at the hospital in Ogdensburg.
Yeah. I think that's it.
I'll probably ride with Parker.
All
So
right.
to take a little bit of a scratch wound.
Yeah, so you're fading in and out of consciousness on the taxi ride back.
Had a long day.
Yeah.
Just a scratch.
Yeah.
Tis but a scratch.
A pretty big ass scratch.
Yeah. Tis but a scratch.
But you make it back
Mhm.
to Ogdensburg, end up in a hospital there. And unless there's anything that anyone else wants to do, I think we'll probably call it.
We're not going to stop at the hospital. I'm going
Yeah.
home.
Yeah, the rest of you head home. You're going to be at the hospital for a little while recovering.
And also
We just
probably
leave you there.
Bo as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll stay,
although you
I'll,
didn't take
I'll,
it.
st- I'll stay with Parker.
Yeah,
Parker.
alright.
I guess I'm going back with Benny.
Alright.
Healing it up in the hospital.
So
That's a present.
I actually want, when we get home, I want to go to my study
Mm-hmm.
and start like a case wall.
Alright.
By like putting the picture of Wesley and Echo
Alright.
up and like a cork board or something.
I like it.
Okay. Just like top left, basically.
Yes. I
They
like
also
it.
want to keep a
So
journal.
case board started.
Yeah.
That night, when you get back home, as you're, laying down to go to sleep, you feel something large jump up onto the bed. You feel kind of like the depression of feet walking along the bed, and then something soft and warm laying down on your feet.
Oh, good. Echo.
Echo?
You just hear like a little kind of a snuffling sound.
She's just gonna nod.
Give him a pet.
Give him a little petty pet. Yes. And I go to
You're
bed.
like reaching down. You're not really sure where he is. And
Yeah.
as you reach down, you feel the kind of warmth fade slightly.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Worth it. Then I'm gonna go to bed. I mean, go to bed.
They'll say you're being protected.
Cool. Hello there, friends. It's Benedict Pemberton. Hope you liked the video. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe for future content.
and I hope to see you soon.